From forcing love of women,
I don't harass women, but I'm angry and mad at the fact adult women are rejecting me like crazy.
to running away after getting exposed to his followers.
Do you fuck 16-year-old girls? What? Why do you fuck 16-year-old girls? 16. Huh? Who's 16? Why are you filming this? You go to the police. You go to the police. No. You do this on the channel. Oh, no way. What?
These are TikTok's most dangerous predators who feel proud exploiting young girls.
You know what's funny is I have a whole video of me giving her the golden shower.
Starting with Anaconda Sin, who likes to peep on her sister while changing clothes.
My sister, I always thought was hot when changing clothes. Fed my sister's guinea pigs to the dog.
What the f? That's not a flex, bro.
That's what I did when I was 7 years old. Because I wanted to see them get eaten by my dog. The youngest person I've ever had with was... What? He lied to him he was 18.
How do you mistake a 13-year-old for an 18-year-old?
I was drunk! Okay, that's no excuse. Okay, I probably shouldn't tell you that. Never mind. Because that makes me look like a fire.
Meet Anaconda Sin, arguably TikTok's most repulsive and disturbing figure, whose story is guaranteed to leave you feeling both shocked and nauseated. On this channel, we've covered criminals, predators, and internet lolcows whose actions sent shockwaves across the digital world. Yet, Anaconda Sin stands out as the most disgusting and creepy personality we've ever delved into. During one of her live streams, she confessed to being attracted not to humans, but to animals, proudly boasting about committing unspeakable acts against innocent creatures. She even went so far as to create a disturbing song professing her affection for dogs, leaving viewers horrified.
Of being able to hang those antlers on the wall, knowing that you had that intimacy with it, as well as being able to eat its meat, and being able to harvest its skin and being able to make a jacket out of it. Like, that would be fucking awesome. Like, to be able to wear that stuff and have the deal on the wall and be able to, like, to be, like, I think it would be more awesome if I could be, like, a guy and have done that, because that would be, like, freaking cool, you know? And I could be, like, a deer hunter, you know? And then, like, I could, like, eat their meat. Not illegal to fantasize about dogs. You can dream about them all night long.
But it doesn't stop there. She once openly claimed to have had an intimate relationship with her own father, a revelation that only deepened the public's disgust. Her admissions grew darker still, as she confessed during another brief livestream that she was attracted to someone no older than 18. Not only that, she sought validation from her viewers, asking if being attracted to a minor made her a bad person.
Would be able to love me unconditionally like my father, would be able to put up with me like my father has. Well, sometimes I have people that come to me from, like, Tinder, and I saw a hot dude, and then I started trying to make out with my dad.
Anaconda Sin's evolution from an innocent child who once appeared in a Minecraft convention to someone widely condemned as a monster is both tragic and horrifying. Over the past decade, her behavior has devolved into something grotesque, earning her the infamous title of an animal-loving creep. Let's dive deeper into her twisted story and uncover the truly sickening turns it has taken. Who is Anaconda Sin? Anaconda Sin, or Anna, is a 30-year-old woman who comes from Portland, Indiana. She was born into a religious family, and her father reportedly owned a Minecraft server in 2013. She used to live with her mother, father, brother, and little sister. Her mother unfortunately died due to brain cancer, and her brother also passed away sometime later due to a brain disease. It's also important to mention that Anna is autistic, legally blind, and suffering from other mental disorders. She rose to fame sometime in 2018 when the TikTok launched. She was one of the very first creators on the platform, but her content, unfortunately, was neither entertaining nor interesting. Most of the videos from her old TikTok accounts are now deleted, but her current TikTok account, @AnacondaSin5, has a plethora of questionable videos such as this one.
Dude, you don't understand. That person that you're talking about, Anaconda Sin, is a doppelganger. Or somebody in an alternate universe. Somebody that looks just like me. Dude, it's not me. I'm Dragon Icebell, I'm not Anaconda Sin. I'm Dragon Icebell. I'm not Anaconda Sin. Man. People don't like Anaconda Sin. Holy cow. I'm not Anaconda Sin, I'm Dragon Icebell.
Even at the early stage of her career, she got famous for all the wrong reasons. She made disgusting claims about having intimate relationships with both her father and brother. She expressed her truly sickening desires for animals on a dating show. She made a song about romantically liking dogs, and she justified her every claim.
Trust me, there's been a few times. No, trust me, there's been a few times where I've touched him thinking he was somebody else.
You what? How does that
And then I didn't
misunderstanding
know it was
happen?
him. Yeah. And then, like, he's like, what the hell are you doing? I was in the kitchen, in the dark, there's lights on. I grabbed him. He said, what the hell are you doing? And
But
I said,
Anna, who else would be in your house?
Well, exactly. Well, sometimes I have people that come to me from, like, Tinder, that will come through, like, the garage, you know? And I saw a hot dude, and then I started trying to make out with my dad.
She also had a YouTube channel with her real name, Anaconda Sin. However, the channel has been scrubbed from the platform due to reasons unknown. On this particular channel, Anna used to post random videos that never managed to gain even 200 views. Most of these videos were nonsensical and had no particular direction to them. So this is Anna reacting to her earliest YouTube videos.
It's just like, I was trying to be all sexy and shit, and then, like, just posing in all these different ways.
But this is not where her story starts. It started in 2013 when she first appeared at a Minecraft convention as a young girl. She innocently asked the guests whether they would like to join her father's Minecraft business, holding her dad's business cards.
Hey.
Would you like to join my dad's Minecraft server, Mineforgecraft? I've got business cards here if you would like to join.
Join his Minecraft what?
Minecraft, mineforgecraft.com.
Oh,
He has a
Mineforgecraft.
server. He's had it up for like a few years, I think now, and he's got really good staff. And I was wondering if you would like to maybe join it.
I'm having a hard time hearing what to say, but if it's a clan, I'd love to be invited.
Various memes emerged from this Minecraft convention because kids asked some pretty bizarre and dumb questions to the guests. This video of Anna being all awkward and shy went crazily viral on the internet, with people either making fun of her or feeling sorry for her. The internet can be an unforgiving place where anything, no matter how innocent, can be turned into a meme within moments. Unfortunately, the backlash these kids faced was excessive and entirely unnecessary. However, PewDiePie, one of the biggest YouTubers of that time, approached the situation with surprising tact and kindness, reacting to the video in a comical but polite way.
Mineforgecraft.com.
Oh,
He has a
Mineforgecraft.
server. He's had it up for like a few years, I think now, and he's got really good staff. And I was wondering if you would like.
I'll join! I'll gladly join!
I'm having a hard time hearing what to say,
Oh
but
my
if it's a
god!
clan,
Just say yes and move on. My god, please. I feel like you are doing equally bad job here.
What?
Looking at this girl, no one would believe that some years later, she would reappear on the internet and say some horrifying things. But even at the young age of 19, Anna had some troubling traits that eventually led her down this deep rabbit hole. For those who are wondering what happened to her dad's Minecraft server, it got terminated some months after this video due to deeply disturbing reasons. When the video of Anna from the convention went viral, it attracted a lot of traffic to their server, but these clients were mostly there to troll and trash the network. People would join the server, make fun of Anna, and eventually leave without giving any profit to the business. However, another main reason for the termination of the server was Anna's affiliation with a 35-year-old man who joined the network. She admitted later in one of her TikTok videos that this man was married and also her dad's friend. She was actively talking to this man and meeting with him in motels.
What really happened to Minecraft? The Minecraft server, 2013. Well, once it got out there and everybody started joining the server, a lot of people came on there just to mess around on the server. You know, griefing, is that what they call it? And to make fun of me. And to make fun of the whole situation. It was no longer fun for my sister and my dad. Because they were the ones that were the head of Minecraft, along with some of my dad's online friends. Starfire. And I might have also played a role in why the server got shut down. I was talking to him, but he had a wife and kid. He was 35 years old, and I tried to meet up with him. I was worried that he was going to throw me under the bus afterwards and then tell my dad and get me in trouble. You know, being able to meet me at a hotel
And what you hear in the video is just the tip of the iceberg. It was later revealed by Anna herself that this man she was having an inappropriate relationship with was not only her dad's friend, but also her friend's husband. According to Anna, the man's wife eventually found out about their alleged affair and divorced her husband. In another video, Anna also says that this woman had no objection to their relationship and even joined them sometimes for a little fun. But this is not the only reason for the termination of her father's Minecraft server. Allegedly, Anna was also actively DMing and video chatting a 14-year-old boy whom she met on the server. Starfire, the man she was dating, reported her inappropriate interactions with the minor boy to her dad. Upon this, her father raged out on her and took away her internet for a while.
The reason why Starfire and I never hooked up was because he told my dad that I was DMing Mario, who was 14 and I was 19, and we were in video chat together. That's why my dad came into my room and got really upset, and took my internet away from me for a while and exposed me because he got mad and jealous that I was trying to get with Mario instead of him.
It was clear that Anna's behavior was deeply troubling even at the young age of 19. She openly admitted to engaging in relationships with both boys and men, a lifestyle her father strongly disapproved of. She also revealed that she had used her dad's Minecraft server as a tool to connect with men, further highlighting her questionable choices during that time. Her questionable relationships with men not only created problems for her father, but also gave her a lifelong responsibility she was not ready to fulfill. She got pregnant sometime after the termination of the server and gave birth to her daughter, Abby. Now, Anna hinted that her child's father may be Starfire, but she was definitely not sure, as she was also interacting with other men. The most troubling thing about this whole situation is that Anna never wanted a child, and admitted that she had had her daughter only because of her mother.
I only did it because my mother wanted a child. She couldn't have kids of her own. She had hysterectomy. That's a whole other set of story.
This situation is both absurd and deeply troubling. Nothing about this story seems to make sense. Anna herself has repeatedly stated, not just once or twice, but countless times, that she had no interest in raising a child. As a result, Abby, Anna's daughter, currently lives with her aunt, who eventually adopted her after realizing that her sister was clearly not capable of providing the care and stability Abby needed. There is one particularly unsettling incident where Anna is recording something for YouTube, and Abby can be heard excessively crying in the background. We can see in the video that Anna completely ignores her daughter's cries and continues doing whatever she's doing, acting as if she has heard nothing. Anna's mother eventually goes up to the child and soothes her.
Yeah, see, I do that.
Now this tells us a great deal about her feelings towards her own child. People even confronted her on this matter, and she replied in a very disgruntled and emotionless sort of way.
Because I didn't want the kid to begin with. Yep. In all honesty, yeah. Why should I take care of a kid that I did not want? I just wanted to sex. I didn't want the kid.
It's hard to listen to a person talking about their own child like this. But it's evident that she's not capable of raising a child, and Abby is better off in someone else's care. Anna herself admitted that she willingly gave up her child for adoption because she wanted to be single and free of all responsibilities. She repeatedly said in countless of her videos that she does not have a child, as she gave her up a long time ago.
I did what was best in the end. It was my choice. I wanted to give her up for adoption, and I did not want to raise that child. I do not want to raise that child. I do not ever want to. I probably can't, given my disabilities and stuff, and my vision loss and stuff. It would be very difficult, and I'd probably be the one stuck doing all the work anyways, because guys never really do for the kids anyways. I mean, my dad went to work, but that's a whole nother story. I did what I could. I did the best thing for her in the end. And hopefully they can leave me alone. I told them to stay out of my life. I don't want anything to do with them, you know. I thought I knew what I wanted way back when. I thought I was in love. And it didn't work out that way. Just because I said I wanted to get married and have kids and all that stuff in the past, I was horny. Yes, I slept around when I was younger, but dreams change, people change, you mature, you get older, and I want to be single. I want to enjoy my life. I like the freedom. I like being an aunt. I'm not responsible for her. She's not my kid. I gave that right up.
The fact that Anna does not even know who the father of this child is speaks a great deal about her mental state. She proudly brags about sleeping around with married men and interacting with underage boys. She also mentioned at some point that the father of Abby was a guy named Harvey, who was a womanizer and a cheater. But she is not 100% sure of this fact. She even went on to claim that this guy had an inappropriate relationship with her mother. Reportedly, Harvey cared about Anna and tried to stay in Abby's life until he believed she was his daughter. As soon as he started realizing that Abby looked nothing like him and heard rumors that she was probably someone else's daughter, he took his leave from their lives for the better. And guess what? Anna went on to release a horrible, utterly revolting music single about Harvey, which left anyone who listened with bleeding ears.
1, 2, 3. You ever been fucked by a nigga? Pumped and dumped, pumped and dumped, pumped and dumped by a nigga. They like to wear the hats on backwards, swagging with their pants hanging down. They like to smoke that dope and they like to do those lines. Yeah, they like to be gangsters.
It's also worth mentioning that Anna was once a budding singer. She released some undeniably terrible songs on her YouTube channel. While we'll dive deeper into her musical journey and singing abilities later in the video, for now let's shift our focus back to her tumultuous dating history. In the past, Anna has made some pretty bizarre claims about her love life. In some of her earliest YouTube videos, Anna mentioned losing her virginity in a very peculiar fashion. She said that she did the deed at her dad's friend's house where the session went on for almost 5 hours. She even kissed a mannequin on camera, claiming that doing this will bring it to life.
Is Emma. She has not changed yet into a human. There was only one way. I shall kiss her.
Damien, please make me human.
I love you too, Emma. She shall become human now.
The story about how I lost my virginity. Okay, so it was like after I graduated high school, I was staying a night at my friend's house. And she took me over to a friend's house of hers. And some guy's house, and it was just a bunch of guys and me and a few girls, which was me and my friend. She was in the other room, and I was in the kitchen, and it was on a black sofa. And I was with this one guy,
but nothing really happened much between him but like kissing and so on and so forth. And then he said, oh, I'll be right back, or I gotta go, or something. This one guy comes out of nowhere and sits down on the couch, and, well, I'm naked, and he puts his arm on me. And he was the guy I shook hands with earlier in the passenger seat. He was biracial, and he was very tall, very skinny, and he had that curly brown hair that, you know, did you get, you know? And some facial hair on his face. A good-looking guy, he was, very good-looking. He loved my long hair, because I had long hair at the time. He told me how beautiful I was and how beautiful my hair was, constantly. I don't want to give the details, because it would be very graphic, and I don't think that can be, I don't know if you can on a YouTube channel or on a video, I don't think anyone would want to really know, but you can imagine. So it went on from like quite some time. It was at least 5 hours, because it was like from 3, and like the sun was coming through the window, and then all that stuff, and then my friend's dad started wondering where the hell we were, and he had to come pick us up, and he was so mad. So yeah, I lost my virginity to somebody I barely even knew, although we talked the entire time, and like, yeah, I mean, like, I never saw the guy ever again, but I don't regret it though. But it's not the best way to go about losing your virginity, so, I mean, try to be careful about that kind of stuff.
Anna is almost completely blind with some serious mental disabilities, but this does not stop her from dating multiple men. From the age of 19, she has been in relationships with countless married and unmarried men. She religiously uses Tinder, where she regularly interacts with multiple men at a time. She herself claimed that she once met and dated a 70-year-old man on Tinder. There are also rumors that she met with a 13-year-old boy and had an inappropriate encounter with him. Anna has always been very open about her relationships. If you go to her X account, there are photos of Anna with various men from different ethnicities, age groups, and marital status.
If you are like me, where you had bad experiences with past relationships, spending money when it's only a one-way street. The guy's supposed to pay for dinner. One person didn't have a GED. And if you don't have a GED, you can't graduate from high school, which means you can't get a good job. And all I ever was a sugar mama. All my boyfriends that I ever had, basically only a few of them, only ever came over to my house because I had an Xbox, I had all the electronics you can think of, I have internet, which a lot of things that people don't have. So they would come and just play my Xbox and do all that kind of stuff. And that's basically all I was then, was internet and
Anna's earliest known boyfriend was Harvey, followed by a man named Jesse in 2014. After that, she had brief relationships with others, including Nate, Daniel, and Tom. Interestingly, most of Anna's relationships were short-lived, often limited to one-night stands or casual hookups, with few lasting more than a week. However, one exception was a man named Clark, who stayed in Anna's life for a notable period. Unfortunately, Clark was as problematic and controversial as Anna herself. Allegedly, he was a hunter with a disturbing habit of involving his weapons during their intimate encounters. In one particularly disturbing video, he showcased all his weapons live on camera and shockingly claimed that he had once used them to tear Anna's clothes.
Once, I got
anyone you want, just a knife.
Look at my book bag.
Oh, so
I
you like wear that all the time?
Yeah, he's strapped all the time, you know what I'm saying?
Wow. So,
Man, that's crazy.
I almost cut my foot. They tried to cut my clothes off one time, and I said, "Oh!"
Anna also claimed that with Clark, she used to visit her friend's roommate's house for a little fun and get paid $10. Their relationship took a downturn after some time, when Clark started visiting this person's house without keeping Anna in the loop. Her other longest relationship was with a man named Shannon, who is also an interesting character. Watch this video, for instance, where he's rapping, screaming, or doing... we don't know exactly.
She make that clapping and make it go clap, clap. I'm a country boy, but I love my chicken. Good old chicken. Weehaw! Howdy, y'all. Come down to Texas Roadhouse and have a big old day. Howdy. I'm just a hillbilly.
Alright, these are Big Macs, McDonald's. Try a bite. I made them in the air fryer.
One shot. Yum.
There we go, now it's videotaping so we can make out with the camera.
So Anna also married Shannon at some point, and together they made some of the world's cringiest TikToks and videos, countless times. Anna recorded herself being intimate with her husband and posted these recordings online. Not only that, they also made crazy rap videos together that were absolutely horrible. And like most Lolcows, they also started a series on food reviews. Unfortunately, this relationship did not work out, and Shannon started dating another woman. A lot of drama unfolded before they parted their ways. Apparently, Shannon was a lazy individual who did not want to move around or work in any way. Anna worked at the hospital during that time and supported both of them. She was not only paying for the basic necessities, but gifting her husband expensive stuff and ordering junk food to make him stay in her life. Anna revealed during a live stream that Shannon once watched her getting intimate with other men and frequently wanted to include other people in their intimate sessions.
He kicked Aldi out, and then my dad said, your house is like shameless. Your house is like that of shameless. With basically being, like, people coming and going all the time, and Shane was always wanting to move people in. He wanted Jewel to live here. He begged me to let Aldi live here. And my dad's like, well, why did you let it happen? I'm like, because he wouldn't shut up about it, and he wanted it to happen. He gave me a three-way pass to have with Bryce, his friend, and my ex-boyfriend. They got along really well. He kept asking me the night we got married, he wanted a threesome. So he had a threesome with me and a guy, one other guy.
Anna also mentioned that she lost her job due to Shannon and their financial situation hit rock bottom. She said their condition was so bad that they did not have money for basic stuff like soap or detergent. As their relationship ended, Anna allegedly tried to upload her tape with Shannon on a porn site. Not only that, she also got arrested for physically assaulting Shannon with a pan. She did this because Shannon allegedly stole $6,000 from Anna's bank account. Later, Shannon also got a restraining order against Anna to avoid such undesirable situations in the future. If we look back at Anna's dating history, she has shown considerable interest in black men. On countless occasions, she has admitted she prefers and likes black men for various offensive reasons. One Reddit user even claimed that during a TikTok livestream on August 7th, 2024, Anna discussed how she saw some minor black boys walking down the street and found them highly attractive. This is what the user said. So I don't join her lives often, but I just happened to join this one at the perfect time. She was talking about how she saw black men that she knows are minors walking down the street, and she admitted to finding them attractive. Did anyone happen to get a clip of that? The live was swiftly taken down after that. At one point, Anna also claimed that she had STDs and vaginal herpes. Anna herself admitted that she likes to date other people with STDs so she can have unprotected sex with them. This information got countless of her viewers concerned. People wondered whether she told her dates about this medical condition before sexually engaging with them. There is a user on Kiwi Farms who reported that Anna has allegedly given herpes to a 13-year-old boy. These are some serious, mind-numbing allegations that paint Anna in a very bad light.
2017. Icon 2017. Come on, man. Get rid of this motherfucker.
Make fun of a disabled person.
However, as of now, there's no evidence to support these claims and allegations. Now, let's discuss the nature of Anna's content and how it evolved over time. Initially, Anna decided to try out her luck in music. She posted various videos where she's either composing songs or singing them with a guitar in hand. This one right here is one of her earliest songs.
This is a song that I wrote. Alright. Well, the biggest mistake I ever made in my life was the day I married you. Started back in '09, freshman year. You had me from how low I should have gone.
She posted numerous songs on her TikTok account. While some of them were hilarious, others were downright racist and disgusting. Here's another one of Anna's songs titled, "Older Men Are Better Lovers."
Older men are better lovers. I said older men are better lovers. They don't just want, they want love. And they combine the two. And they know more about what women want. And they know more about what they want in their life. Because they have more life experience.
She also made a classic country music video where you can see her sitting and recording herself from different angles and singing a song she wrote.
It felt so right the moment that you kissed me, held me in your arms. If only it could last forever. The first time we made love.
While you might think these songs sound terrible, there's actually an entire creative process behind them. During a Discord meeting with a group of people, Anna shared insights into her songwriting approach, revealing how she crafts her music. To everyone's surprise and perhaps dismay, she even composed an entirely new, cringe-worthy song on the spot while sitting in her chair, without using any notes or writing aids.
So I want the lyrics to go,
I'll write it down.
You writing it down? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so, she's a bad girl. She's a bad girl. She likes to smoke. She likes to drink. She likes to get it on all night long. She likes to party. And then I'm trying to think of the another lyrics. She likes, like, since you're the guy, boys and white, you could do like, she likes the D. She likes to suck it.
There is a song on her YouTube channel named "I Pretended to Be a Girl for My Grandmother" with very suggestive lyrics. In this song, she mainly talks about not wanting to be a girl and finding her sister attractive when they were young.
I thought I was a girl. I pretended to be straight. For my mom, who just wanted a granddaughter. Babies aren't supposed to come out of men's bodies. My sister, I always thought was hot when changing clothes. I thought I was a girl. I pretended to be straight for religious family members. It's comfy in the closet. I like corn stars, corn stars, corn stars. Looking at the girls more than the guys. I should have realized sooner. That's why Bethany in 2016 was so awesome. When my sister caught us, I'm a boy brain, trapped in a woman's body.
Anna's audience strongly believes that she is being exploited through these songs. A Reddit user claims that a bunch of people on Discord are manipulating Anna into writing these horrible and offensive songs and posting them online. This is what the user wrote. As you guys know, she is extremely mentally challenged, to the point that she has the mind of a young child. But what you probably don't know is that there are people talking to her online through Discord. She thinks these people are her friends. They know that they can easily manipulate her, and they're the ones behind most of her videos, including the infamous "Have you ever been pumped and dumped by an exploit?" They tell her, "Hey, make this video. We will send you a script and you just read it. It will make you viral." And she believes them. Her internet usage is supposed to be monitored, but it's not. It's absolutely disgusting. At one point during her TikTok career, she was also obsessed with doing food reviews. A troll impersonating King Cobra JFS got into Anna's DMs and convinced her that he was the real King Cobra. This guy introduced Anna to the lovely food hacks of King Cobra JFS, leading to an utterly bizarre incident. During one particularly unsettling video, Anna ate 4 different sandwich concoctions as dictated by Cobra and blew up her toilet. She promptly made a response video discussing how she got burning diarrhea from the sandwiches.
Oh, yeah. He's like real good. Yesterday, when I ate full food reviews sandwiches that Cobra made, how do I say this? I took the boundaries to Super Bowl, and it...
After this incident, Anna was pretty fascinated with this fake Cobra. She posted a picture of King Cobra JFS a day after this incident and wrote, "My boyfriend, maybe one day." She also reacted to some of King Cobra JFS's videos on her own YouTube channel.
You have to see this finger trap. Look at this. How the did he get a finger trap in his stuff, dude? Look at this.
Oh, look at that. They included some little trinkets, a finger trap, and some candy. Oh, look at that. That's, yes. So let's start mukbanging it up, shall we? We got,
In 2021, Anna posted the majority of her content on TikTok. She made various accounts through her TikTok career, but most of them were scrubbed from the platform. While she started her TikTok journey with cringe-worthy but pretty harmless videos, her content soon morphed into something rather controversial and disgusting. In random rant videos and Discord meetings, she started spilling the beans about her weird fetishes and questionable past. She repeatedly talked about her unusual relationship with her family members. She admitted countless times that she was intimate with her now deceased brother and how they both experimented with each other when they were young. According to Anna, she started getting intimate with her brother when she was only 8 and he was merely 5. She further said in one of her videos that all of this experimenting stopped when her mother caught her doing something very inappropriate with her little brother.
I didn't always get along. Me and my sister didn't always get along. That's sibling stuff. That's natural. You know, to fight with each other and, you know, argue and all this other stuff. That's sibling stuff. That's normal. And one day you're going to look back and you're all going to laugh about it. I loved having a little brother when he died. Me and my brother basically got busted having sex, and my mom separated us. Yeah, because we took baths together and we were curious. And we did that a couple of times, and we'd get embarrassed and laugh at each other and stuff, right? And then,
That's
you know,
a bummer.
Yeah. I mean, for obvious reasons, it was the right thing for her to do, but by then it was kind of already too late. How do I say this? So, I used to date my brother. I was like 11, he was 8. I'll just say that. And
This is all very disgusting to hear. All the viewers need to buckle up at this point, because Anna's story gets even more nasty and dirtier. She not only had a weird and questionable relationship with her brother, but she also hinted countless times that she was attracted to her sister and her sister's husband. At one point, she shamelessly said how she wished her sister wasn't married so they could be together. In a brief Reddit post, Anna also discussed how she was extremely jealous of her sister because her husband could afford Uber Eats. During a 4-hour-long Discord meeting, Anna also opened up about her relationship with her dad. She initially praised her dad like any sane girl would, but soon disclosed some pretty bizarre information. According to Anna, she once mistook her dad for someone else and touched him inappropriately.
he was somebody else.
How does that
And then I didn't
misunderstanding
know it was
happen?
him. Yeah. And then like, he's like, what the hell are you doing? I was in the kitchen, in the dark, there's lights on. I grabbed him. He said, what the hell are you doing?
But Anna, who else would be in your house?
Well, exactly. Well, sometimes I have people that come to me from, like, Tinder, that will come through, like, the garage, you know? And I saw a hot dude, and then I started trying to make out with my dad, but then he was wearing like button-up shirt and all that, and then he was like, what you doing? And he said, you expecting someone? And I said, nothing, and I realized who it was, and I got embarrassed, and I stuck my face in the fridge, and my dad's like, what are you doing? What the hell are you doing? And I said, oh, nothing, and then my dad looked at me like this.
So Anna used to have men over at her house from Tinder. She claimed that she mistakenly thought her father was one of these men and, without realizing it, jumped on him. Unsurprisingly, this left her father extremely upset. In another incident, Anna recalled that she once caught her father in a sexual state. She mentioned some pretty bizarre details about this incident and left many of her viewers completely shell-shocked.
I had mentioned to him that I saw it by accident. He said, you can never tell anybody about that. I do not want to get in trouble, and I don't want people thinking that something's going on. This is not. But still, I can understand where he's coming from. He doesn't want to get over or anything. So when I looked over, and this is why I don't drink anymore, and this hasn't happened since then, but it had to have been a drink, because there's no way this really happened. But like, this part did happen. Like, I talked about it not being circumcised or whatever, and then, like, I looked down and he had it out. He literally had it out. I don't know how it really happened, but we sniggled at each other. We kind of, like, laughed at each other. We kind of said a bunch of other stuff to each other. And the next thing I knew, I was basically...
She clearly says in this video that she was drunk when this incident happened. So we'll take whatever she said with a grain of salt. It's important to mention that she is a highly unreliable narrator because she has twisted her own words countless times throughout her TikTok journey. At one point, she even accused her father of sexually abusing her and grooming her as a child. Later, she backed out from these allegations only to repeat them again after some time. Many of her viewers who heard Anna accuse her father of sexual abuse reported it to the police. As a result, authorities started showing up at Anna's doorstep, making her father extremely uncomfortable and angry. Later in another live stream, Anna told viewers that all the allegations against her father were false and she made everything up. Luckily, Anna deleted all of the videos where she was lying about her father molesting her before the CPS showed up at her house.
I mean, think about it. Since my dad paid $6,000 to prove my innocence in court for the charges to get dropped, when Shannon said that I pushed him off the porch, well, my dad signed to house back over to my dad, so then they'd have to sue my dad instead of me. Here's the other thing, though, too. There's loopholes around how even no matter what I get married and what I do, I can't sell the house, but he would own it. So the other thing is that he would still be able to, like, evict people and things like that. So the thing I wanted to say was that my dad paid $6,000 for my innocence in court to protect me and to save me, right? To bail me out, right? Well, in a way, I kind of saved my dad and bailed him out. When I deleted all those YouTube videos of the allegations against him, I deleted all my videos, discs, and everything. So everyone want to call me a but it takes a file to create a file, and it takes a file to protect a file, for a file to protect a file, and that file to also protect that pedophile. Does that make sense? Haha, get it? See what I did there? Okay, yeah, so like, in a way, the $6,000 to get me out of jail is kind of like paying me back. You know how Trump did the whole...
Besides her father, Anna also accused her uncle and her neighbor of sexually abusing her as a child. Anna's relationship with her mother was also far from harmonious. She revealed that they had stopped speaking to each other long before her mother passed away from cancer. According to Anna, her mother struggled with drug addiction, which was the primary reason behind her parents' divorce. Adding to the tension, Anna also accused her mother of crossing a serious boundary by dating one of Anna's boyfriends, further straining their already fragile relationship. Anna does not only have this weird and disgusting attraction to her family members, but she also has some serious pedophilic tendencies. In one TikTok video, she asked her viewers whether it was a bad thing if she is attracted to young boys. She quoted that it's not illegal to fantasize about underage boys, as she is not acting up on her urges.
Like, if you was attracted to, like, Spider-Man universe or attracted to teenage boys, right? But you're like, does that make you a pedophile? Or does it only make you a pedophile if you actually acted on it, right? It's only illegal if you act upon it, right? Yeah. I think so, yeah. But, like, to be attracted to an individual or a certain type of group that you know is, like, not 18. That doesn't make me a bad person, does it?
Not only that, but during a live stream, she went on and on about how nice pedophiles are. She said she couldn't comprehend why people hate child predators. It's not like they are all bad people. They just happen to like children, but that does not mean they want to hurt them.
These people you'll ever meet, they don't hurt nobody. Besides have social, like, they have a relationship, they have special relationships with children, but they're not physically hurting them. They're not causing them physical harm. Some of them do, but not all of them do that. Some of them are actually really good people. This is why I don't understand why society is so hate towards those.
When she was asked if she ever inappropriately interacted with a minor, she denied it. However, she admitted that she was once catfished by 2 minor boys on Tinder. According to her, she was only 18 when it happened, but the boys tried to manipulate her into sex. She said she denied any sexual relations with the boys. Another troubling aspect of her personality is her affiliation with graphic content. Anna is not only a serious addict, but her content on all social media platforms has always been somewhat sexually suggestive. In one of her TikTok videos where she was doing a King Cobra food review, viewers pointed out that she had numerous tabs open on her laptop screen.
Alright, today I'm gonna review King Cobra food review. For those of you that don't know, King Cobra is a YouTuber.
Here's King Cobra JFS back at it.
Not only that, she would often post highly unsettling pictures of women and men and express her weird fetishes. Some of these posts and tweets were so offensive and beyond the line that we can't even show them here. However, here are a few mildly suggestive things she has posted over the years.
Have a holly jolly Christmas. XOXO, Gossip Girl.
In 2024, Anna also posted a 9-minute-long tape with an unknown man on her YouTube channel. However, the video was immediately removed from the platform for obvious reasons. She also once pleasured herself live on camera during a Discord meeting. The complete footage of this incident is extremely unsettling, so we're only going to show you bits and pieces. Anna basically streamed porn live on Discord and started doing something very sickening.
What are you gonna do about it, Anna?
What do you think she's doing about it?
This is awesome.
Oh, oh, I hate editing.
It's so wet.
Hey, someone message me when this is done. Okay.
Where is it? Where is it?
What you doing, Anna?
Nothing.
They're having a little party right now.
So, yeah, this happened on camera in front of various other individuals. As we delve further into Anna's life, we will stumble upon other more horrific traits of her personality, such as her attraction to animals. We all love our pets, but Anna has taken this love to a whole new level. On countless occasions, Anna has made very disgusting and suggestive remarks about animals. At one point, she recalled doing horrible things to both her and her sister's pets. She expressed her desire to mate with a dead deer's carcass and said something like, dogs also have different sizes. Ugh. So Anna's weird fetish about animals surfaced when she appeared on an online dating show. During an episode of this show, Anna mentioned that there was a hunter who used to do inappropriate things to deer after he had killed them, and added she would also like to do the same one day.
Really, there was this guy that was a hunter, that would unalive deer, and then he would, you know, do it with them after he unalived them, deer. And I'm like, okay, you know, if no one else was around and no one was around to see it, and you're alone in the woods, and who cares? I mean, it's already unalived at that point.
Wait.
I mean, it's a deer, at least it's not a person, you know?
No, wait, no. I mean, what?
I mean, if that's something that you're into and you're like alone in the woods and it's just a deal, as long as you're not doing it to people, you know, right? And it's already unalived, and you were gonna like eat it later. You were gonna gut it and eat it, so you're gonna eat its deal meat and stuff like that. Like, imagine the glorification of being able to hang those antlers on the wall, knowing that you had that intimacy with it, as well as being able to eat its meat and being able to harvest its skin and being able to make a jacket out of it. Like, that would be awesome. Like, to be able to wear that stuff and have the deal on the wall and be able to like to be like, I think it would be more awesome if I could be like a guy and have done that, because that would be like freaking cool, you know? And I could be like a deer hunter, you know? And then like I could like eat their meat, put the stuff on the walls, and then in the woods I could like unalive them, and then I can like have a little fun with them, you know?
I think all my squishmallows need therapy.
Wait, what?
You know that's illegal, right?
That's why it has to be done when no one else is around. That's why it has to be done. That's why some people do it and they just never tell anyone. Duh.
She also mentioned in this live stream that her ex-boyfriend wanted her to be intimate with his dog, but she refused.
Have you done that?
It's like my ex-boyfriend who was 45 and wanted me to have with his dog, but I didn't do it. And he told me he didn't do it with his dog.
I don't believe that.
He did it with his dog.
No, I think you did it with the dog after this conversation.
I never did it with the dog. No, I never did it. Because the dog was scared of me and did not want to do it. He would put the dog on me and the dog would run off.
Probably scared because you were trying to rip it.
Yeah. I didn't want to do it either. It was weird. Like, that's a little too far. Like,
you're just sitting here talking about wanting to do it, and like you're just saying you didn't do it, but I think you did it.
This clip from the live stream quickly went viral, sparking widespread outrage as people began confronting and criticizing Anna. The comment sections of her videos were flooded with questions, with many directly asking if she was genuinely interested in animals. In response to the growing backlash, Anna dismissed the concerns, claiming that her comments were nothing more than a joke. Many people suspect that Anna has genuinely harmed animals in the past, and rumors about her disturbing behavior have only fueled these beliefs. Reports even suggest that Anna is no longer allowed to have pets because she used to feed gerbils to her dog, claiming it brought her sexual gratification. Anna has also said she feels excited watching animals fight and kill each other on Discovery Channel. There's also a post on Reddit regarding Anna's dog Luke that confused a lot of people. Many people believe it's Anna's original Reddit ID, while others claim it's a copycat account. In the subreddit, Anna professed her love for the dog and gave out jarring details of their encounters. Various other troubling posts emerged from this account, with one saying that Anna would go back in time if she could get an abortion. There is another post where she discussed why she prefers black men. During a live stream, Anna mentioned she once posted on Reddit about a smelly shoebox that was sitting in her room. People inquired what was in the shoebox, and this is what Anna said.
So what's going on with this thing in the shoebox? This is a shoebox gate. We need to figure out what's going on.
okay, so I gotta hear how I say it because of TikTok terms, but it had my adult toys in it. That's what it smells.
Like dildos?
There's a
Yeah.
smell from it.
It was, I didn't wash them, and I was trying to figure out what this smell was.
Oh my god. Anna, don't tell people that.
Well, it's true. They wanted to know what was in the shoebox. So it was all in the shoebox.
Don't tell them it
Underneath my
smells.
bed. Hold on. It was all in the shoebox underneath my bed. A couple of years back, I posted this Reddit story about how I cleaned my room and everything. I couldn't figure out what the smell was coming from. And I opened up this shoebox I had under my bed, and I realized that's what that was.
That was what is Reddit? I have no idea. I'm old.
Reddit is a story posting kind of like.
At one point in her chaotic journey, Anna also crossed paths with Cyrax, widely regarded as one of the internet's most infamous lolcows and predators. The two reportedly engaged in multiple video calls, which unsurprisingly caught the attention of drama enthusiasts online. However, things took an unexpected turn when Anna discovered that Cyrax allegedly had a girlfriend. In a move that was equal parts bizarre and performative, Anna decided to host a live stream to apologize to Cyrax's girlfriend, claiming she didn't want to be labeled a man-stealer. Amid the swirl of controversies and backlash, Anna eventually decided to step away from social media. As of now, all of her TikTok accounts appear to be either deactivated or completely inactive, signaling her retreat from the platforms where she once thrived on attention. However, her departure from social media hasn't stopped the discussions about her. She remains a topic of interest, with an active subreddit dedicated to dissecting her past antics and an ongoing Kiwi Farms thread that chronicles her controversies in excruciating detail. While her online presence has been marked by chaos and controversy, we can only hope she has stepped away from the internet for good and is focusing on getting the help and support she needs to move forward in a healthier direction. Throughout her decade-long controversial TikTok career, she has proved herself to be an unreliable, dishonest, and volatile individual who can do anything for a bit of fame. She revealed explicit details about her love life, posted graphic content online, made serious admissions regarding animals, and even showed weird interest in her own family members. We can safely say that Anaconda Sin is by far the most twisted individual we have covered on this channel.
Okay, hubby bubby, give me a kiss. You give me a. Why are they all dressed like you? Because they're my sons. I'm the creator. Oh, I'm the creator, lover.
The person you are seeing on the screen right now is none other than Dkane, a controversial TikTok creator whose vile and sickening actions have brought about his own downfall. Now, if you don't know him, Dkane is known for doing some of the most disgraceful, disturbing, and downright disgusting things on the internet. Dkane, where do we even begin with this guy? On the surface, he's just your average 20-something-year-old trying to make a name for himself online. But once you peel back the layers, what you find is a mess of controversies, delusions, and downright disturbing behavior. He's claimed to be part of a gang, thrown around wild stories to boost his street cred, and most troubling of all, he's been called out for being a predator. According to an interview given by his ex-girlfriend, Dkane dated her when she was only 16.
Is Dkane's ex, the famous Dkane, Mr. Confuzzled. So let's start with I always like to start with the bright things, the happy things. How did you guys meet, you and Mr. Dkane, if you don't mind me asking?
We met through mutual friends, and then we just kind of vibed.
He also cheated on her with a bunch of teenage girls. It's the kind of behavior that leaves you questioning if he's intentionally trying to become the internet's next big train wreck, or if he's just completely oblivious to how bad he looks. Either way, Dkane has managed to carve out a space for himself in the realm of infamy, and today we're going to dive headfirst into his chaotic world. In today's video, we'll tell you everything you need to know about TikTok's worst wannabe gangster, Dkane. Dkane has some 1.7 million followers on TikTok, and his account is filled with a lot of cringe content like this. Well, you get the idea. But his content is surely not the reason for his fame. It's actually all the drama surrounding him. For starters, he claims to be a lot of things that he is clearly not. His entire life story is basically a tutorial on how to lie and get caught. Dkane here is also known as Hosea or Mr. Confuzzled. This is because he's always confused about the details of his life. To be fair, there is very little known about his early life, but according to him, he was born in El Salvador. However, his grandparents and ex-girlfriend claimed that he was born in Mexico and lived most of his life in Texas around the San Antonio area.
He's a Salvadorian, by the way. That's a lie. He's Hispanic.
What is he?
He's from San. He's not Salvadorian.
What?
That 13?
What is he?
It's fake. He's Hispanic. He's Mexican.
Damn, people thought Guatemala too.
His own grandpa snitched him out to me. I was like, yeah, he's Salvadorian. Like, where he comes, like that's where he comes from. And he looks at me. And he goes, no, he's not. Yeah, cause really, also he didn't pay his own bond. His grandma did. Oh, and that white car, it's his grandma's. Oh, and he doesn't live by himself. He lives with his grandma. You're welcome.
Was he always talking like that with you? Like he was always confuzzled and he was really sparkly?
Actually, one time he actually had slipped up. He had said, I was in like spaghetti, and he said spaghetti, and he looks at me and he goes, oh, spaghetti and meatballs. Like, bro, you're not. No.
And this is just the beginning of his lies. By looking at Dkane, you can see that he is trying to mimic a persona. As we go deeper into the video, all of his lies will start making sense, including this one about his birth roots. However, we will rewind a little bit for now and talk about Dkane's rise to fame. We don't know for sure when he started making videos, but if you scroll all the way back on his TikTok, the very first video on the account was uploaded on September 16th, 2023. Now, if you're even a little bit curious to see this video, think again, because you will definitely regret it.
My tip creaming right now, my tip sticky. Tip real sticky and moist. I'm playing with it a little bit.
Like this video, there are a bunch of other thirst trap videos on his account that aren't only cringe, but also make no sense at all.
Stab it.
But as absurd as it sounds, this kind of content seemed to fuel Dkane's early internet fame. Cringy thirst traps, questionable antics, and over-the-top bravado were enough to catch people's attention at first. However, things started to spiral quickly as Dkane developed a warped perception of himself, thinking he was someone much bigger, more dangerous, and more influential than he actually was. If you've spent any time on his social media, you'll know that Dkane's entire online persona is built on a lie, the claim that he's part of a gang, and he's gone to ridiculous lengths to sell this fantasy. Case in point, the unnecessary number of tattoos he's covered himself with, including the infamous 13 inked prominently on his forehead.
What is your tattoos mean, bro? Like on your face?
Yeah, I got a cross right here. It's a cover-up, actually.
Oh, that's a cover-up for something else?
I had a little cross under here, and it looked wonky. Like I went to some dude that.
You went to your homie's basement?
You could say that. I just put a cross there because you know what I'm saying. I had a cross already, and I knew I wanted a cross. That's why I got a cross in the first place. This
what that mean?
Korean on the side of my face. It say bless in Korean.
Oh, say bless?
Yeah.
You got the essay too.
Oh yeah, I got essay right here.
But that's just San Antonio, right?
San Antonio, yeah. I got murder right here. That's a murder block, Marbach on the west, where I'm from. I got a spider web on this side. That's just for to fill that piece in. I needed something to fill in right there, so I got a spider web right there.
Oh, you got this one too.
Oh yeah, I got this shit over my eyebrow.
Wait, what that say? It's like is that J-A something? I can't even tell. Bro.
It means. I mean, really, it means just always remember.
Oh,
it's
okay.
Like, what do you say? An acronym?
Oh, okay. So it's jar. Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's like just always remember to go down the right path in life. You know what I'm saying? Chase the bag. Do the right thing in life.
Yeah.
Just keep leveling up in life.
And then you got the 13 too.
Yeah. I got the 13. I got. I don't know. A lot of people always point out down and they be like, you need to remove down. I got a big ass 13 on the back of my neck too.
Oh, you got a big ass one?
So if you looking, you know, you see me walking from the front, you're gonna see the 13. You see me walking from the back, you're gonna see the 13. Like it's.
Not a lot of people know this, but this is a reference to something very disturbing and downright criminal. At first glance, you might dismiss it as another desperate attempt to look edgy, but there's a much darker meaning behind this tattoo. Dkane got this number tatted to symbolize his involvement with a gang called Mara Salvatrucha, also known as MS-13. For those unfamiliar, a quick Google search will tell you that MS-13 is an international gang that originated in Los Angeles during the 1980s. It was initially formed by Salvadoran immigrants seeking protection, but over the decades, it has morphed into something far more sinister. Following the Salvadoran Civil War in 1992, many members were deported to El Salvador, allowing the gang to spread its influence across North and South America. Today, MS-13 is infamous for its involvement in drug trafficking, human smuggling, extortion, and brutal acts of violence. You would think that lying about being in a violent gang with such a bloody history is bad enough, but no! This was not even the beginning of bad for Mr. Confuzzled, because things are about to get way more disgusting and irritating with him. It's true that he initially found his niche in thirst traps, but he quickly shifted from his usual cringe TikTok videos and started going live. This is precisely when all the disgusting drama started coming forward. His live sessions were just unbearable. He would sit acting confuzzled as usual and talk very slow. He also started making mukbang videos during this time. In one particular video, he's eating Wingstop and seems unable to close his mouth.
I need all the chicken.
A user on Reddit said he literally just gets on live, eats, talks slow ASF, and stares at the camera. Says a whole lot of nothing for someone who gets 20,000 views. The constant mouth noises he makes are so beyond disgusting. I cannot get through 2 minutes of his lives. He legit just eats chicken nuggets and smacks his lips. I have no clue why anyone watches. He's one of the few people online who truly annoy me because he's not funny, informative, or entertaining. And the haircut is embarrassing, sorry. Well, this pretty much sums up what the audience felt about this guy. But for whatever reason, they were still invested in all the annoying and disgusting things he would do after hopping on live. For instance, just look at this video.
That's how you want me to finish you off? Oh, did y'all see that when he stood up? Turn around, turn around.
Yo, why are you staring into the camera like that? You weird.
There's another video of him where he's acting completely deranged and idiotic at Wingstop restaurant when a worker informed him that his order might take more time. Imagine just working your shift and having to deal with customers like Dkane here. But that was just the beginning of controversies for Dkane. People were quick to notice that he wasn't only a fake gangster, but also a huge copycat. Dkane was accused of copying another creator known as Ricky, who has a TikTok account called MurdaRicky1. Ricky has 2.3 million followers on TikTok, and you can see clearly that he looks very much like Dkane. It could be because they have the same haircut and the same face and neck tattoos. However, in our opinion, Ricky's content is obviously way better than Dkane's. At the same time, we can see why people are accusing Dkane of copying this guy. All of the accusations and controversies eventually caught the attention of someone who would inadvertently shape the trajectory of Dkane's online career, a well-known TikTok creator by the name of Lolcow. Whether intentionally or not, Lolcow played a significant role in amplifying Dkane's visibility. Lolcow, better known by his TikTok handle, Lolcow Gone Brazy, is no stranger to the TikTok scene. With nearly 1 million followers, he's built his platform on a mix of roasting videos, reactions, and the occasional confrontational live streams. His content often walks the fine line between comedy and direct callouts, making him the perfect foil for someone like Dkane.
Bro, I literally want to carry Dkane like this, like a little baby, with his head on my shoulder, and I want to take him to Disneyland.
No, he's gonna let Chris do that before you, bro.
No, imagine pushing him on a stroller and then giving him the bottle, like, what do you want? Oh, what does baby want?
Hey, Edwin, does that sound familiar?
And I'll be like, do you want to go on this ride? What baby wants to go on this ride? He's gonna be like, cool, dad. Be quiet. Right there in the stroller wheel. Go to sleep.
What? You said right there in the stroller wheel.
And then he's gonna be like, what? Oh, go to sleep. And that's it. Put him to sleep. Over with.
Damn, hey Lalo, you got another piece?
Hell yeah. I don't wear it though, bro, because this one ain't cheap. If I lose it anywhere, I'm finna be mad.
Yeah, say thank you to all your peoples in your chat right now for that chain.
Or should I say thank you to OF? Which one you want me to say thank you to?
I thank you for my people for everything.
Yeah, so do I. Dkane don't thank nobody for nothing.
Exactly.
Knowing these people pay your rent, these people get your haircuts, these people pay your phones. Bro, be a man and say thank you.
You say thank you.
Everybody, if he doesn't say thank you in the next 3 minutes.
Hey Lalo, don't me and you always appreciate everybody?
Literally, if he don't say thank you in the next 3 minutes, everybody cancel Dkane.
They got you that chain.
Say thank you.
Say thank you. But you act
already did. Hey, all my chat. What I tell you guys every day. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys for everything. Without you guys, I wouldn't be where I'm at. Everything is possible because of you guys chat, like, hard work, dedication, all that stuff. And you say thank you.
I appreciate everybody that supports me. Y'all changed my life. I love even all the haters. I love everybody. Y'all changed my life.
That's the good boy. I made you say thank you to them.
Nobody said that because.
Hey, I hope somebody screen recorded that. I made him say thank you to you guys.
I made you say thank you. I made you say thank you. Your chains don't hit harder than mine, little bro.
I made him say thank you to you guys. Chat, who runs this app? Y'all know what it is.
Hey.
When Lolcow came across Dkane's antics, he claimed his intention was to help him. Whether that meant calling him out for his lies, exposing his troubling behavior, or supposedly guiding him toward the right path. But here's the twist. In the process of holding Dkane accountable, Lolcow gave him a much larger platform. The dynamic between the two was explosive. Dkane started appearing in Lolcow's live streams, where Lolcow confronted him over his absurd claims, ridiculous tattoos, and outlandish lies. These lives were often tense, sometimes hilarious, and always chaotic, drawing in thousands of viewers eager to watch the drama unfold.
Which, hey, I guess intentionally or unintentionally, he is reaching a whole new audience with his ASMR style eating.
And while Lolcow might have thought he was exposing Dkane for what he really is, these interactions only served to bring Dkane more attention. The visibility he gained from these confrontations allowed him to weasel his way further into the TikTok limelight, carving out a niche for himself as a delusional, controversy-ridden figure that people couldn't stop watching. In a way, the Lolcow Dkane saga became a prime example of how internet clout works in mysterious and often frustrating ways. Dkane managed to leverage the drama for his own gain, proving that even sometimes bad publicity can serve as fuel for a social media career. However, in our opinion, Lolcow is just as deranged and hypocritical as Dkane. We mean, just look at this guy. One glance at his TikTok account, and you'll know that he has made it his personal agenda to call certain creators out, and then hop on live with them to bully and force a reaction out of them. We mean, the guy evidently hates influencers. But coming back to the point, Lolcow would invite Dkane to these wild live sessions where a group of people would just mock and bully him. But despite this, Dkane would still appear in these lives, and there was only one reason why. All of this drama was actually growing his audience and making him more popular. You can see how Lolcow and his friends would go on and keep mocking Dkane while he's just sitting there silently all confuzzled.
Bro, I literally want to carry Dkane like this, like a little baby, when it's in my shoulder, and I want to take him to Disneyland.
No, he's gonna let Chris do that before you, bro.
No, imagine pushing him on a stroller and then giving him the bottle, like, what do you want? Oh, what does baby want?
Hey, Edwin, does that sound familiar?
And I'll be like, do you want to go on this ride? What baby wants to go on this ride? He's gonna be like, cool, dad. Be quiet. Right there in the stroller wheel. Go to sleep.
What? You said right there in the stroller wheel.
And then he's gonna be like, what? Oh, go to sleep. And that's it. Put him to sleep. Over with.
Yeah. Yeah, hey Lalo, you got another piece?
Hell yeah. I don't wear it though, bro, because this one ain't cheap. If I lose it anywhere, I'm finna be mad.
Yeah, say thank you to all your peoples in your chat right now for that chain.
Or should I say thank you to OF? Which one you want me to say thank you to?
I thank you for my people for everything.
Yeah, so do I. Dkane don't thank nobody for nothing.
Exactly.
Knowing these people pay your rent, these people get your haircuts, these people pay your phones. Bro, be a man and say thank you.
You say thank you.
Everybody, if he doesn't say thank you in the next 3 minutes.
Hey Lalo, don't me and you always appreciate everybody.
Literally, if he don't say thank you in the next 3 minutes, everybody cancel Dkane.
They got you that chain.
Say thank you.
Say thank you. But you
already did. Hey, all my chat. What I tell you guys every day. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys for everything. Without you guys, I wouldn't be where I'm at. Everything is possible because of you guys chat, like, hard work, dedication, all that stuff. And you say thank you.
I appreciate everybody that supports me. Y'all changed my life. I love even all the haters. I love everybody. Y'all changed my life.
That's the good boy. I made you say thank you to them.
Nobody said that because.
Hey, I hope somebody screen recorded that. I made him say thank you to you guys.
I made you say thank you. I made you say thank you. Your chains don't hit harder than mine, little bro.
I made him say thank you to you guys. Chat, who runs the app? Y'all know what it is.
And these are just a few examples of Lalo and the company mocking Dkane on live. There are tons of videos online floating about where Lalo is making fun of Dkane for something extremely random. And to be honest, it is quite hilarious for the audience to see. For instance, this completely random stream in which Lalo makes fun of Dkane's eyebrows.
Your caterpillars. He's like, let me throw these on today.
That was caterpillars?
Bro, what is caterpillars?
That's what you keep saying.
It's a caterpillar, bro, not caterpillars.
I don't say certain things how you say them. Say McDonald's.
Look at him, McDonald. It's McDonald's, bro, not McDonald.
Do you see the pattern here? Time and time again, Dkane would show up on Lalo's live streams fully knowing he was walking into a lion's den of insults and mockery. And yet he kept coming back for more. Why? Because to Dkane, the attention, no matter how humiliating, was worth it. He thrived on the spotlight, even if it came at the cost of his dignity. And let's be real, it paid off for him in terms of numbers. During his collaborations with Lalo, Dkane's following skyrocketed. He raked in a jaw-dropping 1.7 million followers during that time alone, proving that even bad press can sometimes be good press when it comes to internet fame. But to be fair, we did get some of the most iconic Dkane moments from these live streams. For instance, this video of Dkane asking Lalo what he should be smelling like right now, whipping out 2 sample bottles of perfume and showing it off.
Right now, y'all let me know.
Ain't no way bro could only afford samples. Samples. Hey, bro, trying to say it all confident. Let me know what I should smell like. They're samples.
No way.
Or this video where Lalo makes fun of him for saying that he feels pretty, like he's put on high heels.
Pretty tonight, might put on some high heels. That's how pretty I'm feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Another hilariously random thing that we've noticed about Dkane is people's obsession with his mustache and eyebrows. People think that his mustache is fake.
Bro, you guys ever went to the store chat like Party City and they sell this little fake mustache, right? That you could cut in half? Why did his eyebrows remind me of that? It looks like he just cut those little mustaches and stuck them on.
In most of these live streams, Lalo has other people with him, mainly 2 guys called Edwin and Arad. In one iconic live stream, both of them dressed up like Dkane and tried to mock him.
Oh shit! Damn, it's a loser. I know, bro.
Overall, even though Dkane was racking up a decent amount of views, it became increasingly difficult for anyone to take his so-called gangster persona seriously. The cracks in his facade were glaringly obvious, and it didn't take a detective to figure out that all his wild claims about being a dangerous criminal were nothing more than smoke and mirrors. The more Dkane tried to convince people he was some sort of hardened gangster, the more absurd and laughable his antics became. Viewers quickly caught on to the fact that he wasn't the menacing figure he so desperately wanted them to believe he was. Instead, he came across as a caricature, a wannabe thug whose tough talk didn't hold up under the slightest scrutiny.
You don't know my backstory, kid.
You don't know my backstory.
Bro, Chris knows the back pretty well, but he was don't act like we're in a movie right now and you know my origin story.
You knew my origins? Oh, hell no. Hey, so you don't speak Spanish?
A prime example of this was during one of his infamous live streams with Lollo. In the stream, Dkane attempted to double down on his imaginary criminal backstory, telling Lollo he had no idea about his real past. With a straight face, he acted as if he'd lived through some gritty, dangerous life, one that he refused to elaborate on but insisted made him who he is today. Claiming that he's part of a violent gang like MS-13 wasn't something light, especially given their bloody history. It's said that you have to take someone's life to even enter the gang, so making a claim like this definitely means something. And with a claim like this comes people who would challenge it. And the exact same thing happened to Dkane in an incident in a mall involving a stolen chain. Apparently, he was in a mall taking pictures with fans when a supposed fan who was much taller and bigger than him cornered him and stole his chain. Here is the video of the entire interaction, which was caught on camera, and that too from different perspectives.
I'll give you a reason to call security. Go ahead, call right now. Call security. Call security right fucking now, nigga.
Now, for someone who claims to be as dangerous and criminally inclined as Dkane does, this incident should have been the perfect moment for him to prove his so-called gangster status. You'd expect him to retaliate, or at least stand his ground, especially after being blatantly robbed in broad daylight. But no, Dkane didn't lift a finger. In fact, he looked quite scared. The irony of the situation was not lost on anyone. Here was a guy who constantly bragged about being tough, fearless, and connected to dangerous gangs. Yet, when it came down to an actual confrontation, he chose to do absolutely nothing. Unsurprisingly, this became yet another nail in the coffin of his crumbling persona. To make matters even more absurd, Dkane later went on social media to recall the incident in detail, explaining what happened at the mall. But instead of salvaging his image, his explanation only made things worse, as viewers couldn't help but mock the blatant contradiction in his words and actions.
Now, next thing you know, this dude comes up to me, the dude that y'all see in the video. The dude that y'all see in the video comes up to me, and he's like, "Yo, are you Dkane? Can I get a picture?" I'm like, "Yeah, for sure, come on, let's get it." And then out of nowhere, he says something that's like really weird, and he says, "Hey, but can we take the picture over there, like all the way in the back, like all the way over there? Like, can we take the picture over there? Like, I like how it looks over there." And I look over there, and I'm like, there's nobody over there. Like, I'm talking to myself in my head. I look over there, and I'm like, bro, there's nobody over there. Why would he want to... Like, bro's being weird right now. He's on some weird type of timing. But then I'm like, nah, we could just take it right here. It's all good. Let's just take it right here. And then he's like, bro, please, bro, let's go take it over there. I like to take my pictures over there. It looks real nice by the flowers and all that. I like to take my pictures over there. Can we take it over there? And I was like, no, bro, let's just take it right here. Let's just take it right here. Because I had everybody like taking pictures like right here. So, and bro was being weird. So I was just like, yeah, let's take it right here. And then he was just like, please, bro, let's just go over there, please, bro. And I'm like, nah, bro, let's just take it right here. And he's talking to his homie, It was two dudes. It was two dudes. It was two dudes. So then he turns around and he looks at his homie, and I don't know what they said to each other. I wasn't really paying him like much attention, like, but then he turns around and he's facing me. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell y'all, we dabbed each other up. Like when he came up to me and he was like, "Hey, can I get a picture?" We dabbed each other up. This whole time that we're talking, when he's telling me, "Yo, can we go over here and take the picture over there?" We're still like holding each other's hands. Cause like, I don't know, like when I dabbed him up, like he never let go. So I was just like, "Okay, we chilling." And we're like, while like the entire time we're talking, we're just like, we're still dabbing each other up. So anyways, when I kept telling him, "No, we're not gonna take the picture over there," let's see, there was a whole group surrounding us. There was a whole group, like everybody was surrounding us. Cause I was taking pictures with everybody in the mall. Like everybody in the mall, I was taking pictures with everybody. And he interrupted that. And so the group that was around us, like it was causing a big scene. But yeah, so I push his hand off, like I get his hand off of me. And then he keeps yapping. He's yapping. I don't know. I kind of forgot what he was yapping about. To be honest. But and then I was just like, but in the video, if y'all seen the video, in the video, I seen some people say, I saw some comments. Some people were saying in the video that I look scared. Let me tell y'all a little something. I'm on house arrest. I have a full 24-hour GPS monitor. And I'm facing 4 charges right now. So if I even push this kid and lay my hands on him, like, bro, if I even push this kid and he calls 12 on me, it's wraps. I'm literally done. I'm already facing 4 charges, like 4 very serious charges. If I even push this kid and he calls 12, I'm done. Like, it's wraps. So that's why in the video, it seemed like I guess I was scared. But like, when in the video, when did you see me run away from this kid? The only time I was running was when I was running after him when he ran away from us. But anyways, yeah, that's why in the video it seemed like I was like scared. But I wasn't scared. I was just like talking to myself in my head. I'm like, bro, do I pop off on this kid? Because I know if I pop off on this kid, like, and he calls 12, I'm literally done. Like, it's wraps. So I was just talking to myself in my head, and I'm like, bro, I'm getting annoyed right now. So that's why in the video, how I'm talking, I guess you could say it seems like I'm scared. But at that point, like in that moment, I was just annoyed. I was like, bro, stop talking to me. Like, and I'm just like in my head, I'm like, bro, stop talking to me, bro. Like, if you're gonna do something, do it. But if not, move on, bro. Like, I'm taking pictures with everybody and you interrupted.
Dkane said that although he looked scared in the video, he was actually not. In his version of events, he claimed that his calm reaction was a calculated decision. He explained that he was already facing 4 very serious charges at the time and didn't want to escalate the situation further. According to him, the last thing he needed was for the kid, yes, that's what he called the person who robbed him, to call the cops and drag him into even more trouble. Despite his efforts to justify his actions, the internet wasn't buying it. People were not about to let this go so easily, especially Lolcow, who has been trying for a while to expose Dkane and would never miss an opportunity to humiliate him. So, when people started asking Dkane why he didn't do anything, he said it was because he had an ankle monitor on. This seemed like a very feeble excuse. Someone who is part of a violent gang is not really afraid to go to jail. So, all in all, this incident really didn't help in improving Dkane's reputation. In fact, it was a clear indication that Dkane was not really who he claimed to be. He was just a liar who wanted to assert his dominance by saying that he belonged to a gang.
I know you're not asking me about what happened at the mall.
What was that about?
I literally just explained the whole story.
Thank you for the galaxy. Hey, were they all like versus you, or you had some homies with you?
Nah, it was me. It was 5 of us, and 2 of them.
Thank you for the galaxy. Fool, why didn't your homies do nothing?
We literally did. We literally chased them out the mall and made them get my chain back.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Thank you for the galaxy. Yeah, I seen that. I'm like, bro, no way. I thought it was everyone versus you, fool.
2 seconds. Yeah.
I don't need to call anybody. You gonna give me my security? Call security. Go ahead and call right now. Are you gonna give me my... No, nigga, call security. Call security. Why did you keep talking, bro? Do something already, man. Why are you keep approaching? I'm gonna give me a reason. Nigga, I'm on ankle monitor. Go with you.
As more people began questioning him about the incident, Dkane felt the pressure and decided to double down with yet another story. This time he claimed that he actually chased the guy down and got his chain back. According to him, he didn't just stand there in fear but took swift action to reclaim what was his. He tried to paint himself as the hero of the situation, conveniently leaving out the part where he was visibly frozen during the robbery. Despite this bold new claim, there was no evidence to back it up, and most people saw it for what it was, an attempt to save face and rebuild his fragile gangster image.
That's the kid that got his chain snatched.
But
Bro,
I did it.
on,
It's
bro.
right here.
Come on.
It's right here. Hey, not
Where's the other chain? Where's the other chain?
Hey, Lalo, he chose his reputation instead of being locked up.
Nah, hell no, nah. You gotta stand your ground. You gotta stand 10
Y'all,
toes.
listen to me. Why would I throw my life away for everything good that I have
You're not
going
gonna
on?
throw your life away. You're gonna go do one night. At least you show love.
No, I'm not. I'm facing full open cases right now. If I even touch that kid, I'm going, like, they're not giving me no
Come
bond.
get your chain, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. Go get your chain. Have the little homies have you running out of there like monsters.
Yo, that kid has nothing to lose. I have everything to lose.
The only thing you got to lose is
everybody spam W's in my chat. Stop with that. Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. Ain't no way.
Dkane stayed with the excuse that he was wearing an ankle monitor and that one mistake would land him 80 years in prison. He explained all of this to Lolcow during a live stream, and honestly, the way this guy does math is just insane.
20 years each. I have 4 open charges. 1 open charge, 2 open charge, 3 open charge, 4 open charge.
4 charges?
One of these, hold on. All 4 of my,
Does that make you cool?
One of those charges is 1 to 20 years. So 20, 40, 60, no, 20, 40, 60, 80 years. Do the math on that.
If we talk about Lolcow's role during the incident, it gets a little bit confusing. By this time, it was evident that Lolcow and Dkane formed some sort of weird, toxic bond where Lolcow was trying to act as a father figure for Dkane. At the same time, whenever something happened, he would turn on Dkane and milk the situation to get some content out of it. So when the mall incident happened, Lolcow was jabbing at him and making fun of him, but on the other hand, he was also trying to motivate him in a very mocking way. At one point, Dkane found himself face to face with a real gang member, and it quickly became apparent.
Hey, but I'ma always love you, and I love you, son. Huh? When you finna come visit your dad in Idaho, you know, try not to stay too far from me, little bro. You know I love you, son. You know I love your mother. I love everybody. Hey, son, just check up on me a little more. You know your dad's getting old. Nah, I love you though. I see you doing your thing on the internet. I hear a word around town, everybody talking about you. Do your thing, son. Make me rich, like you said you was gonna do one day. I'm just playing, son. Hey, but I love you. Take care of yourself. It's your father. Bye. Nah, you know that hurt you in the heart, because you're never gonna hear that for real.
Just how much he was trying to avoid the truth. The entire situation was almost comical as he awkwardly laughed and deflected every question thrown at him. His desperate attempts to avoid confrontation only made him look more ridiculous, especially considering he had spent so much time building an image as a tough, gang-affiliated individual. The whole interaction was cringeworthy, showing just how far he'd go to maintain his fabricated persona, even if it meant running from the truth. We mean, just look at this.
Where you from? Why you asking where I'm from?
Hey, where you from? What gang? Where at? What city?
I'm from Salvador.
You're from El Salvador?
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that. What gang are you from?
We're not doing this on TikTok.
Man, where you... Dog, bang your
I'm not doing this on TikTok.
I'm from King Right 13, Bowen Park. Where are you from?
I'm a good boy.
You're gay.
But if you think everything up to this point has been bad, you're not ready for what comes next. Dkane's entire persona was shattered when he was exposed by his ex-girlfriend for not just cheating, but for engaging in conversations with minors. This shocking revelation came to light through a TikTok creator named Poncho Does It Better, who conducted an interview with Dkane's so-called baby mama. And let us tell you, the things that came into the limelight during that interview were on a whole different level of disturbing.
Let's start with like the beautiful things in life and like, you know, how did you guys even meet? Let's start there before we start with the ugly stuff.
Oh, okay. We met on Instagram. That's
Okay.
really romantic.
Who shot the shot first?
Me, of course.
You shot the shot?
Yes. Very much.
Okay. And so let's start here. Dkane is how old by chance?
23.
Okay, Mr. Confuso 23. And then by chance, how old are you looking at right now?
Y'all, let's just put it like 17. 17? I'm about to be 18.
Damn. Okay. So let me say this, because some girls sometimes like to lie. So was Mr. Confuso about your age? Or
No, that was never. People keep saying that. No, I literally was like, I literally asked him how old he was, and he was like, go look at my famous birthday. So I did, and then it said 20. I was like, you're 20. Oh, I was like, oh, I'm 16. He was like, okay, that doesn't matter. As long as we don't tell anybody, you're gonna be an adult anyway. So I think that's what he said.
So in other words, he pre-ordered you.
Sure.
Damn. Okay. So then, how did this? So you started dating him, whatever the case is, and then when did it start turning ugly? Like, how did you guys? Are you the one that allegedly was pregnant by him?
Yes, actually.
So you were embarazada by him.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, if you don't mind me asking, let's get serious here. If you don't mind me asking, what ended up happening?
How do I put it? He's psycho. He's a midget that's psycho. He beats not only on females, he beats on his grandparents actually too. His grandma.
The abuelitos?
Yeah, those charges, he says, oh, look at my charges. 2 of those charges are from his grandma and his grandpa for stabbing them. Okay? Yeah, y'all know.
Wait. What? Why did he stab the abuelitos? What did they do?
All we know is that they were drunk or something like that. It's on his records or something.
Dang, so is that why he has the ankle monitor? Is that for that reason, or is there another reason?
That's actually the reason. That's another reason. It's because that's also one of the reasons. But he, his ex-girlfriend, the one that's on his Twitter, she had kicked him out one day, and he went outside. I don't even believe it's true. He went outside. He thought this girl was her, but he just said he got kicked out by her. He thought this girl was her, and then that's when he was trying to talk to her. Sorry, guys. He was trying to talk to her, and then she was like, something with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend came out of nowhere with the bat, and Dkane pulled out a knife and stabbed the guy in the school. And that black guy wasn't because he got in a fire or anything. It's because he got hit with a metal bat in the back of the head.
Damn. Wait, so I'll ask this at the end, but okay, so then he was abusive to you, allegedly, on this account?
Yes. It got bad. It got bad, but it wasn't like, oh, I was letting him beat me. I was also, being defensive.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to let no man beat me.
Yeah.
But, yes, it got to the point where we got in this one big argument, and he got mad. He actually broke my pink phone. The pink phone that his whole audio thingy, he broke that. 2, because he got caught cheating. And then 2, we got in this big argument. I literally pushed him not too hard. Like, bro, you're a midget. You can go flying. But I didn't push him that hard.
Yeah.
Turn around. I'm standing up by the couch, and he turns around. He looks at me, and then he literally slaps me so hard. He starts laughing. And
Dang. Like we're talking about.
Yes, like one of those competitive slaps.
Okay.
And he laughs.
So in this interview, she didn't only reveal the 4 very serious charges that he was facing, But she also told Pancha that she was only 16 when she and Dkane started dating. And to make matters worse, she said that she mentioned to Dkane that she was not of age. However, his response to this was that it didn't matter and she would become 18 eventually. Keep in mind that this 16-year-old girl was the one who Dkane would call his baby mama. In addition to this, she also said that Dkane had assaulted his grandparents and tried to stab his grandfather. She also went into detail about Dkane's 4 criminal charges, which were serious enough to require him to wear an ankle monitor. One of the charges involved a disturbing incident where he assaulted his own grandparents, showcasing a complete lack of boundaries and respect. Another charge was tied to a violent altercation with his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend, adding to his long list of reckless and aggressive behavior. But this is not it, because she also admitted that Dkane was abusive to her. On top of that, he was also cheating on her with girls even younger than she was. According to her, he was asking underage girls to send him their feet pictures and whatnot. But Dkane, it seems like, had a different take on the story. Just listen for yourself.
After I seen that she did that, I went downstairs. That's how the argument started. I went downstairs and I called up a homegirl from the past and we was just vibing, like talking. And she came downstairs and she was like hitting me and like telling me to get off the phone. And
wait, she put your hands on you? She put her hands on you?
Bro, yes, she always puts her hands on me. Let me see if I can show the live.
I went to he's 5'3". Ooh, I don't know if you can do that.
I don't even know if y'all can see the bruises, but that's not even like, I mean, yeah, she puts her hands on me, but I let her do it. Like, it's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because we always make up after, an argument. But anyway, so yeah, she found me downstairs. I was talking to the homegirl. She was hitting me, and she was telling me to get off the phone. And then she went upstairs, this and that. And then that's how that whole argument started. And then I slept downstairs. And then she woke me up in the morning, and we was getting into argument. But why do you call girls when if I get you mad, this and that, you don't need to. But like, bro, you literally unblocked. I blocked her ex myself on her phone. You unblocked your ex and then went through it, like looked at his story and liked the like. Why would
she didn't tell you? She didn't tell you that she unblocked her ex. She just did that like behind your back.
Yeah, I found that out because when she got mad at me, I went through her phone because I was gonna text her ex to be like, hey, you still want her, like this and that. So I was gonna text her ex, but while I went on his page, that's when I found that out.
And let's not forget this crying video of Dkane. In one of his attempts to justify his actions, Dkane pulls up his sleeves and shows his audience a bruise, claiming that his ex-girlfriend was the one who attacked him. He portrayed himself as the victim in this situation, hoping to shift the narrative and gain sympathy from his followers. But the reality is far different from the story he tried to sell. The interview with his ex-girlfriend, conducted by the TikTok creator Pancho Does It Better, painted a completely different picture.
He's like, oh, haha, like, you're funny, like, I could do it again, I wish I did it even harder. So from there, he was like, don't make me slap you. Like, anytime I got into an altercation, he'll be like, don't make me slap you how I did last time. So that's why he has those bruises on his, I don't know if he showed you on the live, because I know I saw that he showed it on the live. But he has bruises on his chest from me, from him choking. Y'all, he's put me in a headlock 3 or 4 times to the point I couldn't breathe. And I told him to let go. And he was like, are you done yet? Are you done yet? I was like, I'm done. Because he didn't want me to get his phone. That's why he did it.
Damn, so are you the one that he was crying for on TikTok Live?
Yes, I left him. And y'all see how he does that shit for clout, because now he has a girlfriend. But wasn't he just crying?
So then why is it, what was like the breaking point as to why you left Dkane?
Because he wanted to, this was my last argument with him. We had to argue every day. My last breaking point was I had to go downstairs after begging him to stop talking to girls. 2 little girls, younger than me, to stop texting them and asking them for feet pictures. Oh, I haven't got to that point yet. Hold on. Fellas, I woke up, went downstairs, and he's sleeping on the couch, and he's on the phone with a girl asleep while I'm upstairs sleeping after an argument. So yeah. Oh, and I went through his phone one day, and I'm going through the hidden, Why does bro have millions and millions and millions and millions? Not the same girl, different girls from like years ago too. On his hitting of girls' bottoms, you know, chichis, feet. Yes, and on FaceTime with him and doing the dirt on FaceTime.
So I also heard that allegedly he's into patas, like he's into fungus, like with the feet.
What do you mean?
Like he has like what they call modern day foot fetish.
Oh.
Can you attest for that?
That's bad. Yeah, yes, that's really bad for him.
Yeah.
We talked about it actually a lot. Yeah, it was an everyday thing. He likes to suck. Yeah.
Okay. So, guys, also let's keep this serious. You might just be a little bit nervous here, but also, Mike. So you were saying that basically he cheated on you with other quinceañeras.
Yeah.
Other younger girls. Younger than you, basically, allegedly.
Like a year or two. There's actually screenshots that I have when I was with him. I was laying next to him, and girls were arguing with me, and a freshman girl. That's a freshman.
Yeah.
That literally just became a freshman. And his 23-year-old ass was asking her for feet pictures.
These were some really serious allegations that were being thrown at him. And while there was no proof at the time of whether he cheated on her with other teens or not, one thing was evident, and it was that he dated a 16-year-old girl despite her telling him her real age. As the story unfolded, the audience was left questioning which side was telling the truth. Both parties had their version of events, but soon enough, the truth began to emerge. Pancho took matters into his own hands and conducted a revealing interview with none other than Dkane himself. Armed with irrefutable proof, Pancho confronted Dkane with screenshots and evidence that exposed his actions in full detail. He started off by asking Dkane about assaulting his grandparents and asking underage girls to send him feet pictures.
I don't text nobody.
No, let's clear that up. You asked the girl for some pata pics, and she was 61 backwards. She sent me the video where she clicked on your Instagram and matched up to you, Labra. So that's one girl. Aside from that, another girl sent me a message that you guys had text messaging, right? And you told her you were 71 backwards. She clicked on your number. I do have your number, let's not say. And it matches to your number. So that's another girl. There's a third girl. That was about a year ago. So even if they were 51 backwards, in 1 year they don't turn 18, right? So that's some situations I do have on my page if you guys don't want to check that out. But aside from that, if you want to deny that, that's fine. What's the whole situation with your grandparents?
What about my grandparents?
That you hit them with some little bit of a cuchillo.
That's cap. My charges are public record.
Yeah, but you can easily manipulate them. Are you sure your ex was lying that you didn't hit him with...
You can't manipulate charges. They're on the county record.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
You're not gonna sit here and lie to the people. That's the one thing you're not gonna do.
No, I'm not lying. I have straight facts
You
here.
are,
But
because I'm telling you, the amount of times I've been locked up, I know what I'm talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. The charges my charges are public record. And people know, a lot of people know my real name. So you can go look it up. Okay. My charges are public record. And I could call, just like I was on live yesterday with Lalo and I called my grandma.
As the interview progressed, it became clear that Dkane's usual bravado and deflection tactics were no match for the hard evidence laid before him. Despite his feeble attempts to talk his way out of the situation, he was unable to deny the truth.
You showed her name, right? That's your ex's name?
I don't know what that is.
Right there? What does it say right there? And what does the date say right there?
What about it?
What about it? She's a high schooler, gang.
What about me saying that I stopped talking to her? Did you listen to what I said?
Next person. Let's continue right here. Next person, right? You calling this girl right here a wifey, right? She's 51 backwards. Oh, hold on. We'll go to Exhibit C.
Wait, go back to it. Go back to it. Go back to it.
Right here.
Go back to it.
Exhibit C.
Go back to it.
The white toe's doing it for me.
Yeah, where does she say her age in that? Where does she say her age?
61 backwards.
Where does she say her age? Where does she say her age?
Why are you asking a girl for
where does she say her age?
Listen, bro. I'm answering.
And go back to the other screenshot too. Go back to the other one. Go back to the other one.
Why are you asking this girl for
Go back to the other one.
You don't even know her age.
Go back to the other one.
Hold on, Exhibit D.
Go back to the other one.
That's your contact?
Another one.
How
Go
old
back
are
to
you,
the
Ma?
other two.
All right, I'm 17. You said you're
Go back to
17,
the
bro.
other two. What does this prove?
You lied to a girl saying you're 71 backwards, little bro.
When did I lie? Where's the date in this? When did I lie?
That was a year ago, little bro. It matches your number.
That was a year ago? Where does it say the date?
I have the dates.
So, where's it at?
It's posted on my videos. Check out my recent videos, little bro.
It's not, because you would put it right here.
It's on my recent video. I can't post a whole screen recording of it.
Here.
It goes to your Instagram. It goes to your number. Everything.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Now, pull up the other two that you just showed, though.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. And I'm gonna be honest with you. You can't win with people like you because you're just gonna keep arguing back and forth.
You're not gonna win me because none of those two first ones you showed. Where did they say their age?
So you just asked random girls without knowing their age for pata pics?
I looked at that one. Number one, that was a while ago. So the fact that somebody's screenshotting that from a while ago just
That
shows
was April 24th. April 24th this year. April 24th this year.
I'm speaking. That just shows that they want clout. Number one. Number two, where in the screenshots that you just showed did they say their age? I literally hit them up from a while ago. They could have said, "Hey, I'm this." Where in those screenshots right now did they say their age? Answer me that question.
Okay, I'll answer that. Let me tell you how slow you are. In one of them, you have the same amount of Instagram followers, and it was April 24th. So how do you have 200,000 followers, bro, bruh, when it was from April, bro? You have like 200,000 followers.
How long have you been doing social media? You understand people can...
Are you saying they edited all the little quinceañeras edited the pictures?
Those first two, they didn't even say age. What are you talking about?
This was a turning point in Dkane's story. It wasn't just words or rumors anymore. The proof was undeniable. As Pancho held him accountable for his actions, the audience was finally given the clarity they had been waiting for. But the story of Dkane's disturbing behavior doesn't end there. After manipulating countless young girls and exploiting his influence on social media, Dkane somehow managed to find yet another victim. Enter Viv, his new baby mama. If you've been keeping up with the recent developments surrounding Dkane, you've likely heard of her.
What's going on with your mustache today?
I'm confuzzled.
Well, I am too.
Why are you confuzzled? I'm confuzzled.
It's the makeup is smeared. You smeared your makeup.
Well.
There, and on the other side too.
What is she saying?
I'm just trying to help. It's usually on point. It usually looks really nice, but not tonight.
It's usually on point?
Yeah, like your mustache and your eyebrows.
Yeah.
She also appeared on Live with Dkane and Lolcow. Let's just say it's the most immature and disgusting thing on the internet so far. This new relationship seemed to follow the same patterns of manipulation and exploitation that we've seen from Dkane before, but maybe this time it was more two-sided than before. Despite all the chaos and controversy surrounding him, he still managed to get into another weird relationship. This time, however, things would take an even darker turn. Viv's involvement with Dkane only added fuel to the fire, and the more people learned about her, the more they began to see how disgusting this guy was. His web of lies continued to expand, and it wasn't long before the truth about his latest manipulative actions came to light. The tale of Dkane's behavior, though already disturbing, was about to get even more twisted. Pancho interviewed Viv when a series of even more disgusting truths came to the limelight.
We met through mutual friends, and then we just kind of vibed.
Okay. So then what made you like kind of fall in love with him? Was it like the hair, the tats? Like what made you like him?
Yeah, actually we started playing like 2K together on the game on Xbox. And
the basketball game?
Yeah, we just started talking and he taught me how to play. And then we just kept talking and then that's kind of where it came off.
Okay, so then let's start next with where did things start going left?
Honestly, the whole relationship was really good. I don't have anything like to complain about. As far as him being a boyfriend, he did what he had to do.
Okay.
My birthday just passed. My 21st birthday just passed. I think like a couple days ago.
Yeah.
And I just texted a girl on my birthday.
Oh, he was texting a girl on your birthday?
Yeah, like basically he just told her like, what do you want?
Damn. Some people here. Do you have an Android by chance?
Who, me? No.
Okay.
Oh, y'all can't hear me?
Okay, there you go. It sounds better like that. It sounded like you were under the water, under the sea.
Oh, my bad.
There you go. You sound way better. Okay, I think it was just muffled a little bit. Okay, so he was texting a girl like, what's the move kind of thing?
Yeah, and then like, I don't know, I just had like a gut feeling because I don't know where I was. We were at an Airbnb and I was upstairs and I just had a gut feeling, and so I went outside to see what he was doing, and then he like was hiding his phone from me, which he never does because I always had access to phones. So, and he had access to mine, so that wasn't an issue. So then I knew something was up, so I grabbed the other phone, and then I looked through it, and then I saw that text, and I just just threw the phone, and I was like, we're done. And then, yeah, that's basically what happened. And I left. And the next day was like my birthday, and then like the day. And then he went with my mom to go buy me that ring, the promise ring.
Yeah.
And then like he showed up to my family and we planned something, and I we talked it out or whatever. And I kind of let it go because it was just a text. Like whatever, And then we were fine. But then, like, I got a couple days past, we're good, and then I just get tired of going to the club every single day. Like, I work, I have a life. I don't want to go to the club every day and then, like, be tired.
You like going to the club every single day?
Like, he would go every weekend, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Damn, to get his ins on, huh?
Well, we would go together, but I mean, the past like couple times I had let him go by himself because I was like already getting tired of Burn House. And so I had like vocalized it to him that I didn't want to go anymore and that was just getting boring to me.
Yeah.
So I just told him like, if you go by yourself again, I just don't think this is gonna work out. And I think yesterday we had got into an argument or whatever, and then I wanted to leave, and I told him like, you know what, I'm done, I want to be single. You can go to the club, you can have fun, just live your life,
Yeah.
It's fine. And then he's like, are you sure? 5 times he asked me, and I said yes. So then I just grabbed my stuff, and then let's just say I wasn't able to leave. Grandparents didn't allow me to leave either. And cops were involved. And it got bad. And yeah, it's just, I don't want to talk about it. It got kind of like, it just got bad.
Were those the same grandparents that he allegedly
Yeah, that's what they said, but that didn't happen. Like, he didn't do that.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, thank you so much, Crumble. Damn, okay, so would you say that he was controlling in a sense? Because that's what it kind of is giving off, that he was maybe somewhat controlling.
Yeah, that's kind of what sparked the argument too, because like, I had a vape, like, a pen, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And he didn't like that I was, he wouldn't let me like smoke or anything. And so he like found me vape, and then we started like kind of wrestling over that, and then I just got annoyed and I'm like, stop. With that, he was like getting ready for the club, and I just did not want to go, and I'm like, just go, like, have fun, do you, like, I'm good. I was just tired already of repeating myself and saying like, I don't want you at the club by yourself, and I don't know, it's just not right.
Yeah.
So I just got tired, and then yeah, that's what sparked it, and it was just dumb. Like, it was dumb.
Viv wasted no time revealing the harsh truth about her relationship with Dkane during her interview. She exposed how Dkane had been cheating on her, and what made it even worse was that he did it on her birthday. The betrayal stung even more because, as she explained, she initially let it slide, convincing herself that it was just a text and not something worth fighting over. But as time went on, the cracks in their relationship started to show. The tipping point came when Viv couldn't ignore the controlling nature Dkane exhibited, constantly manipulating and trying to dominate her life. She also told Pancho that he didn't want to pay for her food. Honestly, if there's one good and likable thing about Dkane's story, it is Pancho and how he gets into the details.
I saw a video that came out too that allegedly there was some issues about food, that he didn't want to pay for your damn food. What was that about?
Dude, I was being a crybaby, okay, but I don't know, it wasn't about that. Like, that's what I was trying to explain to the people. Like, it's not about the food, it's about when I was like, how he told me, like, because I was ordering it on the bed, and then I'm like, okay, like, you know, like, I need the car, you know?
Yeah.
And then he was like, oh, I gotta pay for it, and I just felt, like, my heart sinking. I'm like, oh, like, okay, I shouldn't have asked, like, so then I just felt bad. That was it. I just felt bad. That's it.
Yeah.
It wasn't about the food. Like, I could buy my own food. I could buy food.
I feel that.
Maybe I was just being a crybaby, but it just reminded me.
I feel that. Okay. So then let me ask you this. Would you ever get back with him? And the only reason I'm asking is because he obviously got back, or might be, with the old baby mama, and she told me she wouldn't get back with him. So would you get back with him?
On my mommy. On mommy, I'll never get back with Dkane. With Josiah. On mommy.
Wait, what's his real name?
Josiah?
Josiah. Interesting analysis. Okay. So Mr. Josiah then. So then, there weren't any like red flags you saw in the beginning of the relationship that maybe caught your eye with Mr. Josiah?
Yes.
What would you say were some of the red flags?
Like over 100 girls making his phone. I'm a queen because I deleted all of them.
Shout out
my
to
girls. I got my girls.
Yeah, because some of them were. So were you aware about the whole quinceañera? Okay, because I don't know if you were aware that he was hitting up a bunch of quinceañeras, that he was really into patas. Was he into patas with you?
Yes, he likes feet, but like, I didn't like the whole thing when you went on live with him and showed the something. He was just like, that's not even real. Like, that's not me. Like, it's not real. And I was just like, okay, like, you know.
But in your heart, you kind of had a feeling.
He was like, they weren't, they didn't say their age on there. Like, you can even see the other one. You can't tell it's me. And, you know, stuff like that. So I just was like, okay, you know what? Like, he's like, I'm not like that. And I was like, all right, you know, I took the benefit of the doubt because that's the thing about me. Like, I don't judge people.
However, one thing that we can't quite wrap our heads around is the fact that how Dkane would constantly land himself in these new relationships.
I'm going to.
I mean, I said, would you? So.
Going to.
It's a yes or no question.
Going to.
So, yes.
100 times.
You want to have 100 kids with me?
As many as you want.
Many people believe that Dkane's new baby mamas were more interested in his clout than anything else. They started dating him, seemingly for the attention and exposure that came with being associated with someone as controversial as Dkane. As soon as they gained enough attention and followers, they would quickly move on, leaving Dkane behind. It seems like this is true for Viv too. A user actually commented on Pancho's video saying, for her to keep protecting him and keeping the details very minimal means she must have really cared for this foo. He fumbled. After this whole thing came out, Lolcow also tried to confront Dkane, but he didn't take anything seriously and deflected all of Lolcow's questions.
Hey, no wonder Dkane's always trying to be all freaky at the club, getting up on these like young girls. Nah, you're weird, Dkane, bro. I thought you were different, bro. I thought you was a real member on the guys.
I don't take him serious.
Like, you don't even be banging for the set, bro. Like you into these young girls. Nah, bro. You tripping. How are you gonna run up on your own grandparents and hit them up with a knife? How you gonna do that?
You want me to call them right now?
I mean, you can call them. Everything's changed now, probably. But I'm just like, how you gonna run up on your own grandparents? No wonder you got assault charges.
Huh?
You is not no thug. You're not really from the century.
You want me to call them right now?
Well, I don't care who you call, bro. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about why you do all
stop
this.
Stop trying to act like you know when you don't know.
No. See, now you trying to say something because you know I got to work around town.
What's the word around town?
Bro, when you hit that yard and you ran up on your grandparents, it's over with, bro. You need to pay attention to the bigger picture in life.
The way Dkane reacts whenever he's confronted is a massive red flag in itself. He often acts dismissive, casually eating food or pretending to be completely unbothered, as if the accusations are trivial. To him, it's not a big deal. But let's be real, talking to underage girls while being in his 20s is far from insignificant. It's predatory, plain and simple. His lack of remorse or accountability makes it all the more concerning. If this is how he behaves now, what's to stop him from continuing or even escalating this behavior in the future? The odds of him changing seem dangerously slim. But like we said, despite all of this, Dkane would constantly find himself in these relationships that were just downright disturbing and toxic. You must have guessed by now that this guy had his love life all over the place. And right now we're going to shed some light on another interesting drama involving a love triangle between him, Lolcow, and another girl called Cash Out. Yes, you heard that right.
I'm going to.
I mean, I said, would you? So.
Going to.
It's a yes or no question.
Going to.
So yes.
100 times.
For those of you who don't know, Big Cash Out is actually Lolcow's ex-TikTok wifey. So Dkane basically stole her from Lolcow, causing a lot of petty fights between the three of them.
But, bro, look at me. I know out there's really some, like... But, bro, I'm not ugly, bro. I'm good looking. Like, my lips are clean. I don't got, like, you know, I'm clean, but everything, like... My attitude is clean, bro. Everything about me, bro. Like my smile is undeniable. Like if I hit you with one of these, bro, you gon' I already know. Like for all the girls, I already know. Or if I hit you with a... Nah, I'm just playing, but look. Oh.
So while Lolcow was busy streaming with Neon and putting out hit songs, it seems like Dkane was also up to something, and it was stealing Lolcow's girl. Dkane and Cash Out actually had a very flirtatious relationship before the actual dating part. However, unfortunately, Dkane was already dating another girl called Stella at the time. Honestly, this guy's relationships are quite hard to keep track of. But anyways, Dkane basically told Stella that Cash Out was like a sister to him. Yikes.
My little sister, right?
Oh, your sister. I'm saying, like...
Stella, don't do that.
Girl, you know I'm a crash out for my man.
I'm a crash out without the man.
I'm a crash out with the man and without the man and between the man and for the man.
I'm not scared of you.
As you can see, Stella was quick to sniff that something was not right at all. And sure enough, Stella was soon out of the picture when Cash Out became Dkane's new baby mama. The way it all started, it actually was quite hilarious because Lolcow, Cash Out, Stella, and Dkane used to do these live streams together. But when Lolcow and Stella were not there, Dkane and Cash Out would start flirting.
Yeah, and you gonna finish.
Oh no, you're gonna finish.
When Lolcow found out about this, let's just say he was not happy. However, Cash Out was quick to reassure him. She told Lolcow that it was nothing like this. She was for him and him only.
So what's up with you? Like you emo now, like or what? I see you're into little Edgars now. Like you and Dkane got something going on.
No, I'm just for you.
At the same time, she was saying entirely something else to Dkane.
Lolcow don't mess with me because he says I'm fake if I go to see you.
But it all became very clear when Cash Out and Dkane started dating that she was lying to Lolcow. And what's surprising is that Lolcow continued to stream with Dkane, even though he was very, very salty about their relationship. To make himself feel better, he mocked their relationship, and even went as far as bringing Dkane's ex-girlfriend Viv to the live stream.
You're talking crazy and like you got no...
Wait, what? Who? Wait, who?
Yeah, she followed me too.
Who?
Huh?
Who?
What you talking about?
Who?
Oh my God, sorry.
Wait. Who? Who?
Who?
Who? Who?
Say who if you like men.
Who?
To be honest, Lolcow might just be the real dangerous guy here. He was so pissed about Dkane stealing cash out that he linked up with not one but two of Dkane's exes, planning to dress up as Playboy bunnies together.
Costume party, hell, me and them too.
I need to send my number later.
Okay, we should be like Playboy bunnies. Like matching Playboy bunnies.
Oh, and then I could put on the elephant chair.
It's gonna be so epic, like both of Dkane's exes together with Lolcow.
And soon enough, Lolcow got his revenge when Cash Out and her Dkane broke up.
It was cool. We had linked up. We had went to go eat. Mind you, I was on live the whole time. We had went to go eat. We had went to this room just to go live because I don't live where I work. I live out away. So we had got the room, went live, and then I got in the car and went home. I was on live the whole time. He thinks I got 2 food.
So basically the trigger for the breakup was a live stream between Lolcow, Dkane, and Cash Out, where Lolcow revealed something that he, well, did to Cash Out.
Tell me you wanted me to eat your grrr.
What?
While you were drunk? Should I unblock you? Hey, should I unblock you? Oh, so you want me to post it so your little boyfriend can see?
I'm about to bug up on the live.
Yeah, you better fuzz up, yeah.
One of the... And even though Cash Out denied it, it appears to be the main reason behind their breakup. Anyway, Lolcow got his revenge and he was not going to shut up anytime soon about it. So milk this drama enough to get back at Dkane.
The memories are coming back. Oh, and look at that. Isn't that your homie too? Oh, bro, don't cry, bro. Oh, isn't that your homie? Isn't that your Chick-fil-A? Oh. Hey, isn't that your Chick-fil-A?
Y'all know what's funny?
I swear, if you put that video of me crying, bro, it's whack already. Nobody wants to see that. But look. Is that your homie? Damn, bro, your homie was backstabbing.
Y'all know what's funny is I have a whole video of me giving her the golden shower.
No, you don't.
He appeared on a live with Dkane, showing him all the old TikTok videos of him and Cash Out asking him if this is your girlfriend. But this was not it, because he started going on lives with Cash Out herself.
We're just better off, like, apart.
You guys are better off alone.
Yeah, like...
That's true, because you don't have no money. Both of you guys are broke. You guys are both clowns.
Oh, bro, what? I like because I said we better off just, like, separated.
I think you guys are, like, better off alone and stuff.
Who don't
Because you guys are both broke.
Who?
You guys don't make no money.
Who?
Who asked you?
Okay, that's what I'm trying to see.
Yeah, so get your money right and then get your priorities right.
Up, baby.
Like a week?
Like 2 weeks.
It must have been boring, huh?
It was kind of boring. Thank you for the Tom's Hug, $, thank you. It was cool at first, but then it got weird. It was too controlling. He got too controlling, and I didn't like that.
You knew what you was getting yourself into.
I had no idea what I was getting myself into.
Just based off what all the other girls that been with him said, you should have known. I told you myself a lot of times.
But I didn't think so because I'm not his girlfriend. I didn't think he was going to move like that.
And he did, right? So you found out the hard way after I told you.
I know, but I didn't think.
What you doing? Come on.
Stop though.
Hey, you seen the movie The Nun?
Yeah.
And if that's not enough, Viv and Cash Out also linked up and did a live stream together. In our opinion, it is just downright brutal. We mean, what could be worse than two of your exes together making fun of you?
So I was just like, yeah, nah, I don't give a fuck, like, about TikTok. I don't care about none of this. Like, this is not really me. Like, I'm not gonna do this for views. Like, I'm not gonna help you.
And yes, bro, and he would tell me, like, to argue with people on live for views, and I was with him and stuff, and I was like, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not gonna go back and forth. They talking about I was in love, bro. Do y'all know this is the internet, right?
Do I not know what acting is? Me and Cash deserve an acting award.
Literally, bro. Like, I don't know how to play.
How tall are you?
I'm like 5'8". I'm tall. I'm tall.
How did you not laugh, bro?
I don't know, bro. I just don't
You go to the restroom, low-key, and you just like looked and giggled real quick and then went back out.
So I giggled. Bro, I was just like, oh, okay.
He would probably be hugging you like I bet your ass was like, get the fuck out of here.
He said that's my son. I'm screaming, bro.
Oh my god, no. Well, it is what it is.
Yeah, I was like, okay, bro, but he can't handle his
liquor.
drink. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's a big no right there. Bro's like,
bro, I was like, I'm never like giving him not again. It was bad. He was throwing up all over the place, bro, and I had to clean it up.
yeah.
I left it there.
Guys, why would I be hurt if I've been the best I've ever been in my whole life?
Anyways, this appeared to be the end of their relationship love triangle saga. Do you see what we were talking about when we said that his relationships are all over the place? It's just extremely petty and, to be honest, quite literally a joke. Everything about Dkane's persona, his way of speaking, his relationships, and his exaggerated gangster claims has become nothing more than a massive joke to his audience. He set out with the intention of crafting an image that would make people fear and respect him, aiming to be seen as some sort of tough, untouchable figure. But instead he achieved the exact opposite. From his nonsensical lies to his constant childish antics, Dkane has turned himself into a walking punchline. Whether it's his cringe-worthy attempts to act intimidating, or his over-the-top stories about his so-called criminal past, the audience can't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Rather than building a reputation as a feared figure, he's solidified himself as a clown whose own lies expose him at every turn.
Am I finished school?
Did you finish school?
Do I want to school?
Did you finish school?
Hold on. Did I finish school? Oh, for Sam Leo.
In conclusion, Dkane's rise and fall on the internet is a testament to the dangers of living a fabricated life online. From his ridiculous gangster persona to his troubling relationships and downright disturbing accusations, he's consistently proven to be his own worst enemy. The lies, the manipulation, and the childish attempts at damage control have turned him into a cautionary tale rather than the feared figure he wanted to portray. What's perhaps most frustrating is his blatant refusal to take accountability for his actions, constantly deflecting blame while continuing to spiral deeper into his delusions. Instead of facing the reality of his choices, Dkane has chosen to double down on his falsehoods, leaving a trail of chaos and hurt behind him. For someone so desperate for attention, he's certainly achieved it, but for all the wrong reasons. His story serves as a reminder of the consequences of unchecked behavior on social media, and the importance of integrity both online and offline. At this point, Dkane isn't the intimidating figure he aspired to be. He's a tragic example of how far someone will go for clout, even at the expense of their reputation and relationships.
Prettiest girl in the room on the lips. Oh, that's fucked up.
Remember this guy? A few years ago, he skyrocketed to TikTok fame with his cringe-worthy point-of-view videos that left people scratching their heads or hitting the block button. At first glance, he might seem like just another run-of-the-mill TikTok creator whose content makes you cringe so hard your soul briefly leaves your body. But don't let his awkward antics and over-the-top performances fool you. This guy is far from harmless. Beneath the surface of those awkward skits and forced smiles lies a much darker and more sinister reality. He's not just another creator vying for views with questionable content. He's been exposed multiple times as a serial TikTok predator. Yes, you heard that right. This guy has a history of sending shocking, inappropriate, and downright disgusting messages to minors. And the worst part, he seems to keep getting away with it, despite the countless receipts and callouts from the online community. This isn't just a case of someone being problematic or making mistakes. We're talking about behavior that's downright predatory. Stuff so gross, you might wish you could unhear it. So buckle up, because today we're diving into the horrifying truth behind this so-called creator and the long trail of damage he's left in his wake. If you don't know about this guy, or have been fortunate enough to have never come across his cringe-oozing POV TikToks, then you are in for a hell of a ride. Because trust us, nobody deliberately wants to see this. In today's video, we're going to talk about this creature called Dylan Zippy, also known as the Chin. He used to be a nobody till 2021. That's when he started posting on TikTok and everything blew up. Today we're going to cover his story in detail, including his rise to fame, his disgusting TikTok POVs, and his repeated predatory actions. Let's kick things off with a little introduction to the chin-stroking, eyebrow-raising TikTok sensation who once ruled the For You page. If you're blissfully unaware of who this guy is, a quick Google search will paint a picture of a famous TikTok creator celebrated for his lip-syncing skills and dramatic POV videos. You know the type. The ones with brooding stares, slow head turns, and just the right amount of cringe to keep you secondhand embarrassed for hours. But here's the thing. What you won't find easily is the real story behind this so-called internet star. The Google results won't show you his scandalous messages to minors, the mountains of receipts exposing his predatory behavior, or the painfully tone-deaf apology videos he churned out like clockwork every time he got called out. No, the internet seems to have only the sanitized version of him. Even more frustrating, you won't be able to find many of his old POV videos, the ones that ranged from awkwardly uncomfortable to outright creepy. Why? Because he's tried his best to erase all traces of them, along with his entire TikTok account. Yup, he hit the big red delete button, hoping that wiping his digital slate clean would make everyone forget his long history of problematic and outright disturbing behavior. Spoiler alert, the internet never forgets, and neither do we. This isn't just a case of a creator trying to move past an embarrassing phase. This is someone who's actively trying to sweep their predatory actions under the rug, hiding the trail of harm they've left behind as if a few clicks of delete will erase the damage done. But don't worry, we've got the receipts, the context, and the cringe to unpack it all, so let's begin. According to famous birthdays, Dylan was born in the United States on April 23, 2003, which means that he's currently 21 years old. Also, according to this page, Dylan didn't start his TikTok career until the summer of 2020, when he couldn't be more than 16 or 17 years old. His About section reads, relatable TikTok personality and content creator known for sharing lip-sync performances and point-of-view style skits on his Zippy account. He has more than 410,000 followers on the platform. However, the truth is far from this. Dylan was not even close to what we would call a relatable TikTok personality, unless you consider yourself a creepy internet predator.
I'm a gangster's wife, to believe but killer. Daddy, let me know that I'm the only girl, the only man that I need at the thing to work.
Dylan burst onto the TikTok scene in 2020 under the name Zippy, creating an account that would soon gain traction for all the wrong reasons. Fast forward to today, and that account has mysteriously disappeared, vanished into the void of deleted profiles. But here's the thing, the internet is forever, and we dug deep enough to unearth a treasure trove of cringe-worthy content from his now defunct TikTok. And trust us, once you get a glimpse of it, you'll understand why Dylan's content wasn't just your run-of-the-mill teenage awkwardness. No, Dylan wasn't your average TikTok creator awkwardly finding his footing in the digital spotlight. His imagination was not only cringeworthy, but also deeply unsettling, enough to make anyone watching do a double take and wonder, is this guy okay? The scenarios he crafted in his POV videos were more than just uncomfortable. They were walking, talking red flags that somehow flew under the radar at the time. And then there was his bizarre obsession with fist kisses. Yes, you heard that right. For reasons best left to a team of psychologists, Dylan was fixated on this odd and unsettling theme in his videos, weaving it into his content like it was some sort of signature move. But it wasn't just quirky or unique, it was downright disturbing.
I dare you to kiss the prettiest girl in the room on the lips.
What's truly shocking is how this all went unnoticed for so long. His videos weren't just harmless teenage daydreams turned into POV skits. They carried a creepy undercurrent that, in hindsight, was a clear warning sign of things to come. It's almost as if his TikToks were a giant flashing neon sign screaming, "Something's not right here." But instead of raising alarms, it flew under the radar, buried beneath the sea of TikTok trends and viral challenges. Dylan's TikTok wasn't just cringe, it was an unsettling glimpse into the kind of person he truly was. And while he might have tried to erase his digital footprint, the internet's memory is sharp, and those red flags are now clearer than ever. Not only this, but all of his TikTok videos were unbearably and painfully cringe. Here's a disclaimer. If you're watching this on your phone, you might want to hold on to it a little more tightly, because what we're about to show you might just want to make you hurl it across the room.
He's waiting.
He's not my boyfriend. I hate him.
Whatever.
Dean!
What?
Stop!
Why?
Because I love you, you idiot!
Well, this is enough to give you an idea of what kind of content he used to make. And for whatever reason, it made him famous. Mainly because he was so troll-worthy with his weird, distorted perception of reality of himself. There's no denying that something about this guy feels off. Sure, he might think of himself as TikTok's ultimate heartthrob, but you can't shake the uneasy feeling that comes with watching his videos. From the exaggerated way he carries himself, as if he's starring in a one-man rom-com, to those painfully over-the-top, supposed to be seductive expressions, everything about him screams creepy rather than charismatic. But if you think the cringe stops there, think again. Dylan has an ego the size of the internet, and he's not shy about showing it off. In fact, he seems to genuinely believe he's the greatest gift to humanity since the invention of the selfie. His TikTok videos weren't just awkward attempts at going viral, they were self-worship sessions. The way he strutted around in his videos, smirking at the cameras as if millions of girls were fainting over their phones, was as delusional as it was unsettling. And let's talk about that chin-stroking habit.
Just when I think I'm getting better, I'm just getting by. So why do I still wanna get high with my friends every night? Why do I just wanna keep
Oh yes, Dylan had this signature move where he'd slowly stroke his chin while gazing into the camera, clearly thinking he was serving James Bond-level charm. This now infamous chin-stroking action even earned him the nickname The Chin. At first it might sound like a compliment, but let's be real, it wasn't. It became a meme, a punchline, a shorthand for his cringe-inducing antics. But what makes it all even creepier is the chilling self-obsession underlying it. Dylan didn't just act like he thought he was irresistible, he truly believed it. I mean, just look at him.
What? So,
He seemed convinced that his TikToks were the digital equivalent of Cupid's arrows, striking down girls left and right. The reality was, however, far from it. His overconfidence and bizarre antics didn't make him attractive. They made him unnerving. After all, it's one thing to be confident. It's another to teeter so far into the delusion that it becomes unsettling. Here are a few examples of his irresistible chin stroking. In a lot of his TikToks, he's just stroking his chin and trying to give a sexy look, thinking that he looks oh so irresistible. This was his signature cringe move that people were quick to notice. Some of the other creators also started copying this action on their TikTok videos, trying to make fun of him.
Cause you're perfect, and I know that you're perfect. I can't walk away.
However, Dylan was not ashamed of it. He was very proud of his signature chin-stroking move and even openly owned it up.
When marimba rhythms start to play, dance with me, make me sway, like a lazy ocean hugs the
He even thinks that all the ladies want to see his weird chin-rub, tongue-out face willingly. Just see for yourself. One thing that we can't quite understand is how delusional you have to be in order to make such videos. After all, it's one thing to like yourself and think you're attractive, and then there's this extremely self-engrossed narcissism. But wait a minute. Hold on to your seats, because Dylan Zippy's vast reservoir of cringe is like an endless abyss, a black hole of second-hand embarrassment that just keeps pulling you in. It's so expansive, so staggeringly scattered across his TikTok journey that trying to catalog it all feels like trying to count stars in the night sky. You could spend hours, even days, diving into the ocean of his chaotic antics and still only scratch the surface of the cringe and instability he has gifted or cursed us with. One of the standout examples of his legendary delusion is Dylan's unwavering belief that he is TikTok's ultimate bad boy, a title he seems to have bestowed upon himself with all the confidence of a kid wearing a crown made of macaroni. It's truly a sight to behold. The sheer audacity, the misplaced swagger, the self-proclaimed king of cringe strutting through the platform like he owns the algorithm. Moreover, Dylan is utterly convinced that he's the irresistible heartthrob of TikTok, the modern-day Casanova that all the girls are secretly, or not so secretly, obsessed with. In his mind, he's the ultimate prize, the man of every girl's dreams, and apparently, they won't rest until they've claimed him as their own. This delusion is delivered with such unshakable confidence that you almost have to admire it. Almost. From his exaggerated winks to his painfully awkward, flirty lip syncs, Dylan seems absolutely sure that he's melting hearts left and right. The reality? Well, let's just say his interpretation of his fan bases might be a tad optimistic. He also thinks that he is completely flawless, rating himself 10 out of 10 on the attractiveness scale.
What would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10?
I'm a 10.
A 10?
Yeah.
That's like flawless though.
Yeah, I am flawless.
You're flawless? Okay, so like what, like let's be real this time. All right, so like on 1 to 10, like for real, like realistically, what would you rate yourself?
A 10.
But wait, if you think Dylan's ego is fueled solely by his sheer attractiveness, or at least his perception of it, you'd be sorely mistaken. Oh no, Dylan Zippy isn't just a self-proclaimed TikTok stud, he's also convinced he's a multi-talented superstar in the making. In addition to his good looks and alleged riz, Dylan also thinks that he is a great singer.
Oh, I shouldn't make me feel like I'm the only girl in the world. Like I'm the only one that's in love before. Like I'm the wrong thing. I feel something so wrong. Doing the right thing. Could lie, could lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. Yeah, I've been loving, losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Now, baby, I've been loving, playing hard. So you know the counting dollars will be counting stars. Baby, I've been loving, losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been loving, playing hard. Letting the stars left on my room. I sit by myself, talking to the moon.
That's right, our boy Dylan has pipes, or at least he thinks he does. Never one to shy away from a cringe-worthy performance, he frequently posted singing covers on his account, each one dripping with enough overconfidence to make Simon Cowell wince. With the swagger of someone who genuinely believes he's the next Justin Bieber, Dylan would belt out pop hits like he was auditioning for a record deal that no one offered. There are tons of other videos of Dylan doing some of the most random stuff. Just look at this video captioned, "POV, you lean in for a kiss."
You don't know what you did. You did it. It's tricks to me. I don't know what you did to me. Your body like.
Or this one where he starts making out with his phone because he doesn't have a New Year's kiss. We also came across this POV video where Dylan's imaginary girlfriend thinks he is cheating on her. Well, if Dylan does manage to get into a relationship with a girl his age, the only thing he'll be cheating with will be his phone. Because let's be real, he does flirt with his phone quite a bit. It's almost like he's manifesting all these scenarios. As if he'll keep making videos about his fantasies, they'll somehow become true. But like we said, there's an overwhelming amount to unpack when it comes to Dylan's TikTok escapades. However, his cringeworthy videos are just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath the surface lies a much darker and more unsettling side of this so-called TikTok star. Dylan has been exposed for engaging in some seriously reprehensible behavior online, using his self-proclaimed fame as leverage to manipulate and lure underage girls into his trap. This isn't just speculation. Numerous creators and YouTubers have stepped forward with undeniable proof and damning receipts to shine a light on his predatory actions. What surfaced wasn't just ugly, it was downright vile. The kind of behavior that makes you lose a little faith in humanity. It's stomach-churning to even discuss, but it's crucial to call out individuals who abuse their platforms and cross moral and legal boundaries. As you might have already guessed from his unnervingly creepy POV videos, something always felt off about Dylan. His bizarre attempts at romantic content often left viewers with a sinking feeling that there was more going on beneath the surface. For many in his audience, it was only a matter of time before he crossed a line, and sadly, that moment came sooner than anyone wanted to believe. Not long after Dylan turned 18, a series of accusations began surfacing, all pointing to a disturbing pattern of behavior involving underage girls. What started as whispers quickly escalated into an avalanche of allegations, leaving no doubt that his actions were far from harmless. It was as though the warning signs in his videos had finally manifested into something grotesque, validating the unease many had felt for so long. The first allegation to come forward was from a 14-year-old girl. We're not going to reveal the face or name of any minor here, but we'll try our best to show you all the screenshots of Dylan's conversation with these girls, while trying not to be flagged for inappropriate content. So this 14-year-old girl alleged that Dylan had been talking to her and sending some really inappropriate pictures. While most of these pictures didn't have Dylan's face in them, there were telltale signs that Dylan had indeed taken and sent the pictures. For example, his signature white beanie or his surrounding environment in LED lights. For instance, this one Snapchat picture in which he's asking this underage girl whether it will fit. The picture is captioned, "Hopefully it will fit in." You can see that he's wearing his usual white beanie that he's seen wearing in most of his TikTok videos. In addition to this, the surroundings and lights are proof enough that this is Dylan. However, we don't really need to prove that the pictures were sent by Dylan since he himself accepted it. Dylan, much like other TikTok predators, initially attempted to brush off the accusations, pretending they didn't exist. But as the evidence against him continued to pile up and the backlash became impossible to ignore, he eventually decided to address the situation in a video. Shockingly, in this so-called apology video, Dylan admitted to talking to an underage girl and sending her inappropriate pictures. However, the timing and tone of the video were nothing short of appalling. Instead of genuine remorse, it felt more like a poorly veiled attempt at damage control, posted conveniently as he celebrated hitting 40,000 followers. Yes, you heard that right. Dylan used his confession as an opportunity to gloat about a milestone, effectively turning what should have been a moment of accountability into a self-congratulatory circus. Calling it an apology would be a massive overstatement. It was more like a PR stunt dripping with insincerity.
You guys again for 40K followers. It means a lot to me, but this is not why I'm here. I need to talk to you guys for a bit. This is my apology video. So for anyone out there, I just want to say I'm sorry. And I did not mean to be creepy in any way. I just wanted to be a nice person and to sing for her. And I did not know that she was 14. She didn't tell me her age. So it was wrong of me to do that. So I just want to say I'm sorry. And hopefully you guys can appreciate it and accept my apology. And yeah, and hopefully you guys accept it. So if you guys do, thank you. And I just don't want to get hate anymore. So.
He started his so-called apology video by thanking his followers and announcing that he has finally hit his 40,000 followers mark. We mean, the audacity of this guy is just unmatchable. He doesn't even have the tiniest bit of remorse for what he did, even if it was a mistake as he claims it was. He said in this video that he wasn't trying to be creepy and only wanted to be a nice guy and sing to her. Well, we don't know who taught Dylan here how to be a nice guy, but sending a picture of your private parts sure isn't nice, especially if it's an underage individual. Dylan didn't stop there. In an attempt to sweep the whole situation under the rug, he offered a laughably inadequate explanation, as if expecting it to magically absolve him of all guilt and shield him from further backlash. His justification was that he didn't know she was 14 years old. Now, here on this channel, we've covered plenty of predators, and sadly, we've seen this excuse trotted out far too many times. It's become the go-to defense for people caught in situations like this. But no matter how often it's used, it never gets any less ridiculous. What we can't wrap our heads around is how a grown man can engage in conversations with any random girl online without making the most basic effort to confirm her age. As an adult, this isn't just common sense. It's a fundamental responsibility. You have to take that extra step to ensure you're not talking to someone you absolutely shouldn't be talking to. Ignoring that responsibility doesn't make you innocent. It makes you negligent at best and predatory at worst. Moreover, his half-hearted apology did nothing but air the fire around this situation. People used to know Dylan for his cringe and absurd POV videos, but now people started recognizing him as that one TikTok creator who sent inappropriate pictures to a 14-year-old. While it should have made him a lot more careful, it actually had the opposite effect on Dylan, as after this incident, a lot more screenshots started making rounds on the internet in which Dylan was talking inappropriately with minors despite knowing their age. One of these girls was a 13-year-old who again exposed Dylan for sending her inappropriate pictures. Some of these accusations also came with screenshots of his Snapchat conversation. Or you can very clearly see from this Snapchat conversation that whoever he's trying to bag up with his riz is very clearly a minor. Now, Dylan was well over 18 at this point. He was a whopping 20-year-old when he was trying to do all this. However, this time he wasn't about to get away with it. This is because his so-called apology video actually alerted a lot of people. Those who did not know about his predatory behavior also found out about it, and they weren't ready to let this one slide. They even started comparing Dylan to a male version of Colleen Ballinger. For those of you who aren't aware, Colleen Ballinger is a 36-or-so-year-old American YouTuber comedian who got exposed for having inappropriate conversations with minors and discussing topics like virginity and sexual positions. To the public, Dylan was clearly following the same sick pattern seen in many of these so-called influencers, using his fleeting fame to manipulate and target underage girls. However, his strategy wasn't exactly panning out, as he was being exposed left and right for his behavior. The turning point came after a second accusation surfaced. By that time, no one was buying his excuses anymore. The first time around, he'd claimed ignorance, saying he didn't know the girl's age. But when the second girl came forward, armed with damning screenshots of her conversations with Dylan, his carefully crafted facade crumbled beyond repair. The evidence was irrefutable, and any remaining shred of credibility he had was obliterated. It became abundantly clear that this wasn't just a one-off mistake or misunderstanding. This was a pattern of deliberate, predatory behavior. People saw through his lies, and the backlash was swift and brutal, as it should be. There was a pattern in his actions. He was deliberately targeting underage girls and using his influence to manipulate these kids. This is when people started realizing that this guy was way more dangerous than anybody thought. And if you think this is bad, wait till you have a look at some of the other things he has done. When people started noticing a pattern in Dylan's behavior, they decided to catch him in the act and make troll accounts posing as minors. And what happened was far worse than you can imagine. A creator on YouTube called Briz actually made a video on this topic, covering in detail all the incidents where Dylan was exposed for being a creepy predator. This time, Dylan fell for a 14-year-old decoy who sent him a compliment, and he responded with a thank you. Now, if Dylan had just left it at the thank you, things might have been fine. Nice, simple, and sweet. But of course, Dylan being Dylan, he couldn't help himself. Instead of stopping there, he decided to dig his grave even deeper. He followed up this seemingly innocent response with another message, boldly declaring that he is single. Yes, because what better way to escalate an already bad situation than to make an awkward, unsolicited play for attention? This unnecessary addition not only made him look desperate, but also reinforced the public perception of him as someone who just didn't understand how to read the room. Or in this case, the internet. So Dylan here just throws it out in the open that he is single and he's available, all because a girl complimented him. We mean, why would anybody not want Dylan? He thinks of himself as the biggest stud on the internet, the guy who no girl can possibly resist. Proceeding with the conversation, he also asks the girl for her snap. Now, this whole thing is very suspicious and creepy. For starters, why would you ever tell an underage girl that you're single even though she never asked? Then Dylan proceeds to ask her for her Snapchat in a true creepy fashion. As we go further into this video, you'll realize that this appears to be Dylan's classic tactic to get girls to talk to him. Most of his victims are girls from TikTok or Instagram who he would get into contact with and then ask for their Snapchat account so that he can move the conversation over to Snapchat. At this point, it's undeniable that this was no isolated incident for Dylan. This was part of a troubling pattern of behavior. He had grown accustomed to sliding into the DMs of young girls and sending explicit pictures. This is not only disturbing, it's deeply alarming. Imagine the fear that comes with knowing there are predators like Dylan Zippy lurking in the dark corners of the internet. trying to take advantage of vulnerable young people. For parents, older siblings, or anyone who cares about the safety of younger family members, this reality is truly terrifying. It's a reminder of just how critical it is for us to stay vigilant and educated about the dangers online. While you may think all of this evidence is bad enough on its own, you'll be surprised to know that there is more to Dylan Zippy's disgusting and predatory behavior. There is actually no end to his actions. In another Snapchat conversation posted online, we could actually see Dylan inquiring about the girl's age, and she replied, "Yeah, I'm 14. Why do you care?" This is another proof that Dylan knows what he's doing. He's aware that he's talking to girls who are no more than 14 to 15 years old. And the alarming part is that despite having knowledge of their age, Dylan keeps on talking to these girls who are way younger than him. In another series of texts and screenshots, some seriously disturbing pictures were revealed where Dylan was sending extremely inappropriate and suggestive pictures to a minor. For instance, pictures of his trousers and private parts captioned, "Yeah, I have a spot next to me for you." The fact that he knew he was talking to a minor when saying all of these things makes it disgusting to a whole new level. And trust us when we say that things are about to get way worse from here, because this guy has crossed all limits. Here are screenshots of his conversation with a minor asking for her butt pictures. When Dylan asked for her butt pictures, she replied saying, "My butt isn't even that big. And also, I am in my underwear now because it's hot in my room, LOLs." Dylan, like the true creep king that he is, immediately pounces on this opportunity to ask the girl if she can send him a picture. The fact that he's asking a 14-year-old if she wants to send him a picture of her butt is just disturbing. He's asking for consent from a person who's not even allowed to give consent. She is an underage girl, and Dylan is an adult who shouldn't even be engaging in a conversation like this with anyone who's under 18. Moving on in the creepy world of Dylan's Snapchat, there's another horrifying screenshot where he's asking a 14-year-old to make him come. At this point, things were really getting out of hand. There were all these proofs and screenshots, and yet there was no end to Dylan or his creepy behavior. In fact, things only escalated from here on. Here is another screenshot of Dylan's conversation with a minor, asking her to hang out with him. And when she asks what he wants to do, he says, "Cuddle." I mean, this isn't only concerning behavior, it's downright criminal. Another piece of information that we discovered on Dylan Zippy was a video by this TikTok creator called Your Favorite Guy. He actually made a handful of videos on Dylan since he knew Dylan from his early TikTok era. Apparently, they've been in a group chat together along with other TikTok creators. Your Favorite Guy made a video about Dylan after the second accusation and revealed some details about his behavior on this group chat that they were a part of.
This is Dylan Zippy asking a young girl to come over to his place. This is Dylan Zippy asking a young girl if it would fit. Despite being caught multiple times over the past 3 years, Dylan Zippy continues with this behavior, which was going on way before he was 18. When he was 17, he was trying to 13 and 14-year-olds.
Dylan Zippy is 20 years old, and I knew him before he was 18. The reason I knew him was because there was a Snapchat group chat of a bunch of TikTokers, and we were both in it. And this was before all this stuff came out about him. While we were both in this group chat, it came out that while he was 17, he was multiple 14-year-olds, multiple 13-year-olds. I told him to cut it out. Did he? Not at all. Us creators ended up contacting his parents about his behavior. They made him deactivate the account, but since then he's moved out. Unsurprisingly, 2 years later, he has once again been caught trying to and meet up with 14-year-olds. He entirely ignores the recent time he was caught trying to sex a 14-year-old, and he knew the ages. Hell, I even catfished him at the time, telling him I was 14.
If we go by what this guy is saying, it looks like Dylan has been doing this from a very young age. He has always had a thing with talking to underage girls, and he was now doing it more openly since he had more followers and thought of himself as someone famous. Then, just as everyone thought there was no end to Dylan's disgusting behavior, something unexpected happened. He completely vanished. This is often what happens with people like Dylan. They're reckless, selfish, and ignorant of the consequences of their actions. Dylan made a name for himself with cringe point-of-view videos, and he used the attention and fame from these videos to connect with countless underage girls. While some of his incidents were exposed, countless others remain hidden, still festering in the darkness. But when the backlash finally caught up with him and people started holding him accountable for his actions, instead of owning up to his behavior, he ran away like a coward. He deleted all his content, wiping his cringe-inducing TikTok account, and vanished from the public eye. At first, it might seem like a relief, like maybe we've seen the last of this guy. But unfortunately, that's not the complete story. While it might feel satisfying to think he's gone for good, the truth is these predators rarely just disappear. They often find new ways to lurk in the shadows, ready to strike again when the attention fades, and that's the real danger. Although he has deleted his TikTok account and no longer posts point-of-view videos, he's still pretty active on social media, including YouTube and Instagram. Your favorite guy actually made an update video about Dylan after he deleted all of his accounts.
I might as well give you guys an update on Dylan Zippy since you guys eat it up every single time. Dylan Zippy got fired from the Sky Zone he worked at, which is a trampoline park where he works with a bunch of little kids who come there to jump on trampolines. This guy Jake hit me up and was telling me about how he knew what trampoline park Dylan Zippy worked at, and I think he worked at multiple. And the reason he knew this is because his friend was working with Dylan Zippy, and last week he hit me up and it was like he got fired from his work, and I said, "How do you know?" And he said, "My friend worked with him and told me he got fired for texting underage girls." So yeah, I think this is a good thing that Dylan Zippy's fired from his job, because he should not be working with anyone close to the age of 18. And of course, anybody under 18. So yeah, that's pretty much where we're at right now. There was a couple other people who I'm waiting on to respond to my Instagram DMs because they reached out to me and were like, "Yo, Dylan Zippy got caught again," stuff like that. But nothing has been proved so far. But I will keep you guys updated. Thanks for listening, and follow for more.
So according to him, there has been no investigation on him, but he's been fired from his job for allegedly texting underage girls yet again. Now, you might be wondering, if Dylan Zippy is still active on social media, where is he now and what is he up to? Well, he rarely posts anything showing his face these days. It seems like he's doing everything he can to erase the evidence of his past actions. He still maintains a presence on platforms like Instagram and YouTube, although the content has shifted. These days, he mostly focuses on photography and music-related posts. He had lately been into EDM music and has even moved towards making his own music.
Hello guys, your boy Dylan here, and this is Chasing My Dreams. It's always been a passion of mine, filming with friends, going on long adventures. It's really fun. Creating one passion that I love doing is making a video. So thank you guys so much for the support and love all my videos.
But here's the thing. Despite the change in his content, it's clear that the same creepy behavior is still lurking beneath the surface. He's just doing a better job of packing it in a way that doesn't raise as many red flags. The facade may have changed, but the underlying issues remain. He's trying to reinvent himself, but you can't outrun your past or the people who are still watching. It's a reminder that while some might try to sweep their actions under the rug, it's important to stay vigilant and aware. These predators often find new ways to present themselves, but the goal is always the same: to gain trust, manipulate, and exploit. Just because someone changes their platform doesn't mean they've changed their ways. In conclusion, while Dylan Zippy may have disappeared from the TikTok scene and stopped posting his cringe POV videos, the question remains, is he truly done? Has he really learned from his mistakes? Or, despite his absence from the platform, could he still be contacting minors? The fact that no real actions have been taken against him raises a troubling question. How many other young people could be at risk while Dylan continues to live his life as if nothing ever happened? The reality is that his online disappearance doesn't erase the damage he caused, nor does it guarantee he won't try to exploit others in the future. We need to keep asking these questions and stay vigilant, ensuring that people like Dylan are held accountable and that the platforms we use are safe spaces for everyone, especially minors. If you've stayed this far into the video, do let us know in the comments down below how you liked it. We tried our best to cover every aspect of Dylan Zippy's creepy TikTok story. However, if we left anything uncovered, feel free to comment down below.
What did you do? Say their names.
Well, no, what did you do?
I was sexually talking to 13-year-olds named Maya and...
Of course. Hey, I love you, Sophia. Oh, you like it, baby? Well, you're about to see it more often, baby. I love you.
If you've been keeping an eye on recent TikTok headlines, you may have noticed a disturbing trend where more and more adults on the platform are being exposed for inappropriate relationships with minors. This issue of online safety for children continues to escalate, and yet again, another predator has come to light. This time, his name is Kip Coleman. A seemingly harmless smile masking something far more sinister. Kip Coleman was the kind of guy most people brushed off as cringe, while a few found him oddly charming. But beneath that quirky grin lurked a predator, one who used TikTok as his personal hunting ground, targeting kids as young as 12 and 13.
Dain is actually 20. She claims that she's 15.
Kip is quite a strange character, given that he's not exactly famous in the broad sense of things. Some of his most viewed content revolve around subtle jokes and jabs taken at him by other content creators. But somehow he's unable to tell apart real fanning from people straight up clowning him. And as a result, he got this strange aura and a super inflated ego, believing that he's hot or even remotely attractive, which is just not the case, as we can see.
This is for a fan of mine named Maddie, so let's do this. Yep.
This is what happens when you fail to distinguish between people who genuinely enjoy your content and those who are simply egging you on for their own amusement. When a creator can't tell the difference between real supporters and an audience that's just there to watch them clown for entertainment, they become trapped, constantly catering to the wrong crowd. This cycle only reinforces their behavior, pushing them to create content that meets the expectations of those who see them as nothing more than a spectacle. And that's exactly what happened to Kip. He started chasing trends, leaning into self-deprecating humor, and performing outlandish acts to keep his trolling audience engaged without realizing how far he was spiraling.
I could take myself dancing. You can. I like purple. When I left on red.
Get it? Because blue and red equals purple. So I blew her back out when I left her on red. Don't let that go.
If you spent enough time on his profile, you'd quickly notice that Kip Coleman had a deep love for music, and even harbored dreams of becoming a big-time rapper. I say had because ever since he resurfaced, those aspirations seem to have faded into the background. He is also a big Eminem fan, which is ironic for a white boy with rap aspirations. However, his passion for music hasn't disappeared. Kip has been actively engaging with other TikTokers, frequently duetting their videos and singing along, still clinging to the one thing that once gave him a sense of identity.
Hot.
Oh, it's beautiful. Say, this class. You're the devil's. I had your father. He owed me $20. We gon' run through hell with like 20 shoppers. We gon' give him hell when I put that on my mom. Yeah. Me and Trippy red, blue and black in the boss.
After consistently posting and interacting on TikTok, Kip Coleman managed to build a decent following for himself, even though his content never really evolved. He remained the focal point of his own act, carving out a recognizable trademark move that set him apart, the chain grab. This bizarre stunt involved leading into his phone's front-facing camera, letting his chain dangle from his neck, then biting down on it while making exaggerated, almost dog-like expressions. It was odd, unsettling, and yet somehow it became his signature move, one that kept his audience watching, whether out of amusement or secondhand embarrassment.
Maddie, so let's do this. Yep.
Shockingly, he was able to even get people to join in on this chain-biting trend. It was wacky, it was wild, and somehow it worked. Lots of people tuned in. They knew he was a nutcase, but they accepted him as their nutcase.
First, you want to get your chain, put it on, dangle it like this, you know? What you want to do is grab your tongue. Well, not grab it, but like, get your tongue. And then you're gonna grab your chain with your tongue, like this, so then right into it. So, yeah.
His numbers were climbing, fans were cheering, and the likes kept rolling in. For months, Kipp thrived, doubling down on his signature move, chain-biting bliss wrapped in a layer of chaos. He ruled over a kingdom of giddy admirers and smirking skeptics, all feeding into his growing ego. If only Kipp had stayed in his lane, focused on the content that was working for him, maybe we'd be making a very different video today. Maybe we'd be talking about his rise to viral fame, his influence, or even his music career. But that wasn't Kipp's style. He bought into the fake hype, convincing himself he was irresistible, and let the attention warp his sense of reality. By mid-2023, Kipp wasn't just another bizarre TikTok personality anymore. He was a menace. A menace caught sexting minors on camera. TikTok didn't just boost him, it unleashed him.
Now, Kippy here really was into this whole throuple thing. Apparently, one of the girls that he was in this throuple with...
Being a goof online isn't a crime. Post your heart out, right? But when that goofiness twists into obsession, harassment, and the targeting of minors, it's no longer just a misstep, it's a blaring siren. Kip Coleman's story begins with one unusual spark. Back in 2021, a chain, a chomp, a wink. It was harmless at first, just another odd TikTok trend that gained traction. Fast forward to 2023, and Kipp, now 19 years old, wasn't just a TikTok rapper wannabe anymore. He was entangled in a messy throuple situation, and worse, facing allegations that were far more than just concerning. It started with Rain, who was 15, not 20 like he swore, blew the whistle. He knew her age, kept pushing.
Rain is actually 20. She claims that she's 15.
No, I don't even look 20. Kipp, I'm sorry it had to go down this way with me exposing you with a video because apparently my words in DMs were not enough. But yes, I am 15 years old. I was born in February 24th, 2008.
There was also Maya and Ella, who were 13-year-old girls. And there are leaked sexual chats he owned up to on a live call, unfiltered, with his catchphrase, "Oh, you like it, baby," still echoing in every clip.
Oh, you like it, baby? Well, you're about to see it more often, baby. I love you.
So where did it all go wrong for Kippy? The first crack shows when he posted a video of him doing his signature move for a special fan that was tagged in the video, giving her some kind of shout-out. After checking the account that was tagged by Kipp in the video, in one of her videos there are strange comments in the comments section, which are kind of subtle, but very pointed. One user drops a casual comment, "Bro is dangling his chain for you." The reply, "He won't leave me alone." At first glance, it's easy to brush off as just Kippy being Kippy, right? But here's where things take a dark turn. Fans start noticing that Kipp isn't just goofing around anymore. His comments and DMs aren't just playful, they're persistent, pushy, and borderline obsessive. He keeps showing up in her mentions, her posts, her space. And then the real revelation drops. She's one of the girls in Kipp's alleged throuple. Now, for those unfamiliar, a throuple is basically a three-person romantic relationship. Strange? Sure. But at the time, no one thought much of it. Most assumed it was just another messy relationship dispute, the kind that plays out online all the time. Then the comment thread continues, and suddenly things aren't looking so harmless anymore. The account owner claims that Kipp sent her something much worse on Instagram. She describes feeling traumatized. And when pressed for details, she drops the bombshell that he sent an explicit photo of his privates. Ugh, that's something else entirely. And suddenly Kip Coleman isn't just a goofy internet personality anymore. He's someone worth being very, very concerned about. Now things have suddenly gotten sticky for our man Kipp. sending out unsolicited pictures to a fan, explicit ones at that, has crossed the ethical line, even crossed silly, and has now entered creep territory. Still, in the comments thread, the account owner confirms that she is, in fact, a minor. Now that is just scary and disgusting behavior from Kipp. But you can assume that he probably didn't know her actual age. But that is not an excuse that the law would listen to. Remember that Kipp also claims to be in a relationship with this underage girl, claiming that they are both members, with 2 or 3 other girls of a throuple. While that drama was still unfolding, steps in Rain, a 15-year-old girl, unfortunately caught in Kipp's nasty web, and they are sick of the nuisance he caused in their life. So they came together to create an account on TikTok and Instagram as well. As of today, the Instagram account has had all the posts taken down for reasons not privy to the public. And the only video on the TikTok account that makes any sense in the direction of the story is one from Rain, the 15-year-old girl.
Oh, okay. So, I'm not 15, I'm actually 20, you guys. Sorry, you guys had to find out like this, but, you know, I'm legally old enough to drive a car, I'm legally old enough to buy a house, I'm legally old enough to drink. No. No, I don't even look 20. Kipp, I'm sorry it had to go down this way with me exposing you with a video because apparently my words in DMs were not enough. But, yeah, yes, I am 15 years old. I was born in February 24th, 2008.
She makes a video to clear up the confusion on TikTok about her actual age. The confusion that started when Kipp posted a video to deny Rain's claim of being 15 years old. She started the video sarcastically by accepting Kipp's claim, mentioning all the things she was now able to do. Being able to drive, drink alcohol, vote during elections, all sorts. She then gives her exact date of birth, February 24th, 2008. That means she must have actually been 15 years old in 2023 when all this was going down, while Kippy would have been 19. She also lets us in to learn that she has told this to Kipp in DM chats multiple times, but he insisted that she was lying, which might lead one to think that our dear Kipp was her birth mother, or maybe he was at least there when it happened. For him to know that she was actually 20. But we know that none of that is true. I guess Kippy is being delusional again.
Rain is actually 20. She claims that she's 15.
Still in the video, Rain keeps raining it hard on Kippy, taking shots at his rap career that is yet to take off, saying that it's probably not going to work out now since he is already a proven perv. Rain adds that she knows that he has not been talking and harassing just her. She says there is also a 14-year-old girl, a 13-year-old, and the youngest one is 12 years of age. What a shame. After she dropped that bombshell, she finally makes a plea to authorities to see to the matter.
Which is probably weird for you because you were born, like, I don't even know, like 2003. So, yeah, I'm sorry this had to go down this way, and, you know, your little career of being a rapper is not going to work out now because you're a full-blown. Because not only am I the only girl who you've harassed who's underage, you've also harassed 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds, and I think another 12-year-old. So, no, sir, no. See, that is where.
That has to be something. But even after watching Rain's video, some people in the audience were still insistent that proof of the alleged crimes be produced, and rightly so, as we've seen a number of occasions where a male character is wrongly accused of intimate crimes and he turns out to be innocent. So everything remained an alleged crime against Kipp, until the authorities got hold of Kipp's leaked conversations with 13-year-old girls.
What did you do? Say their names.
Well, no, what did you do?
I was sexually talking to 13-year-olds named Maya and...
While one half of Kipp's fanbase tried so hard to discredit Rain's story about Kippy, sufficient evidence of his disgusting and creepy actions surfaced online as they're leaked. Although we couldn't get hold of the actual evidence that leaked because of the minors involved, in a bid to keep them protected and their identities secured, we could get hold of Kippy's interview with a certain host named Bella. In the interview, Kipp admits to having NSFW types of relationships with two 13-year-old girls, Maya and Ella.
Include and say in the video.
I am going to admit what I did.
Well, what did you do?
Say their names.
Well, no, what did you do?
I was sexually talking to 13-year-olds named Maya and Ella.
And they are 13, and you knew that they were 13 beforehand.
And
you knew that they were 13 beforehand.
I knew it beforehand.
Turns out the whole talk of him being in a throuple with 3 other girls were all lies. He was just harassing these girls and traumatizing them with unsolicited pictures of his dong. I can only imagine what these girls might have gone through and the things that they have now been exposed to at such a young age. Terrible, terrible things. Ever since this incident took place, we've had different versions of Kippy. He was at first very silent. He deleted all of his social media posts on TikTok and Instagram. Then much later, he came back to TikTok. No apology, no attempt to make up for his wrongdoings, no nothing. Just back to regular old. We can only hope that the girls were able to recover from this. We now know that content creators on platforms like TikTok have a lot of power and influence over children. And this influence can be used to manipulate them or trick them and put them in danger. It's really important to have things in place to keep kids safe from these kinds of people. This includes checking the backgrounds of content creators, having age limits on some content, and keeping a closer eye on what's happening online to find and report any suspicious activity. Children should never be harassed because they want to watch a video or 2 on TikTok. If there's one thing we've come to understand on this channel, it's that the internet is a place like no other. An odd mix of creativity, chaos, and sometimes outright disturbing behavior. However, the person we're about to cover in today's video is one of the worst cases of things gone too far. Today we're diving into the story of someone whose actions represent the worst side of the internet. This is not just another weird internet lolcow. No. This is Little QB, and he is a very strong believer that age is just a number. The more you look at this scary, demonic, fake religious preacher, the more you'll realize that he has completely lost any sense of right from wrong. He's known for doing some of the most disgusting things you would have ever heard of.
Attracted to people your age, and B, they probably see through your which is why they don't like you, and younger people are more naive and don't know much about the world. You feel me?
Yeah, that's why I want a younger woman, because she's naive.
I said I guess the lowest possible age that I can conceive upon would be that.
Would be 16, right? Like if they were in Alabama?
Yeah.
Okay. And I just have...
I said it like that too, the lowest possible age that I could imagine.
Right. Okay. 1 point.
She's trying to hit on me, I knew it.
And if you think this is bad, trust us that you will start questioning your very existence the more you look at this creepy predator, because all the things that we just mentioned are merely the tip of the iceberg. So buckle in as we take a deep dive into the life of TikTok's most insane predator, Little QB. Consider yourself lucky if you've never heard of this mentally unstable and highly disturbing individual. Because what you're about to see might just make you question everything you thought you knew about internet weirdos, and potentially cost you a few brain cells in the process. For those of you clicking on this video without any prior knowledge, let me introduce you to the infamous QB. QB is a self-proclaimed religious preacher and TikTok creator who, despite his claims of righteousness, holds some of the most bizarre and deeply questionable beliefs you'll ever come across. From his controversial statements to his unsettling behavior, QB has managed to build a reputation as one of TikTok's most problematic creators, and not for the reasons.
It's upon how you measure time. So it's socially constructed just like...
So do you believe you can change your age, like you can change your gender?
I identify as forever 21 because I have age dysphoria and I don't like getting old.
So if 60-year-old men decide to identify as a 6-year-old, you're okay with that?
Well, no, this would be in the idea of surround.
I'm sorry, I know I clear my throat. This is what I do.
Courtney, you could deal with this. Mute your mic when you're not speaking.
Not only are his beliefs and opinions completely outrageous, and let's not forget downright criminal, but he also has a knack for justifying them in the most baffling ways imaginable. Whether he's cherry-picking religious verses to suit his twisted narrative, or throwing around pseudo-biological evidence that defies all logic, his arguments make sense to no one but himself. What's even more disturbing is his unwavering confidence, as if his warped reasoning somehow validates his actions. But make no mistake, these justifications are as flimsy as they are dangerous.
Soren Kierkegaard, the father of existentialism, suggested that rather than try to prove the existence of God, we switch off our faulty rational thinking, or as he put it, to have faith is to lose one's mind and to win God. A leap of faith.
However, as hard as it may be to believe, little QB wasn't always this way. His descent into the disturbing and outright horrifying persona he embodies today appears to have been a slow and gradual process. When we dug through his numerous TikTok accounts and YouTube channels, we discovered that there was a time when he seemed, well, normal. Or at least as normal as someone with his deeply troubling tendencies could ever be. Watching his older content, you could see a glimpse of a different version of him. In those early days, he was making vlogs, comedy skits, and collaborative videos with his then-girlfriend. There was no overt indication of the dark, predatory behavior that would later define him. Instead, he came across as an ordinary content creator who was just trying to entertain a small audience. It's unsettling to think how drastically things have changed over the years. In those old videos, he even managed to appear sane, something that's hard to reconcile with the chaotic and menacing individual we see today. Yet, looking back, you can't help but wonder if the signs of his troubling nature were always there, hiding just beneath the surface. It's almost eerie how someone who once seemed relatively harmless could devolve into the manipulative and dangerous figure he has become. Before we talk about anything else, let's have a look at exactly who little QB is and what he was like before he started painting his face with black upside crosses. QB's real name is Brett, born in 1994, making him at least 30 years old today. Yet despite being a fully grown adult, he openly fantasizes about being with girls as young as 14 or 15. A horrifying reality that defies all sense of decency. What's even more unsettling is that he wasn't always like this, or at the very least, he did a disturbingly good job of hiding his true nature in the past. Looking back at his earlier online presence, Brett seemed like an average guy with a seemingly normal life. He had a girlfriend his own age and even created harmless skits and vlogs that showed no hint of the disturbing path he would later take. Somewhere along the line, though, everything changed. For all we know, little QB has been lurking around the internet for quite some time, leaving a trail of his bizarre and disturbing content across multiple TikTok and YouTube accounts. His presence isn't new, and neither is his controversial behavior. From what we've uncovered, his internet journey began all the way back in 2007, when he started posting on his YouTube channel under the name ShinQBI. It was here that QB began sharing his peculiar worldview, posting videos that ranged from nonsensical rants to outright unsettling claims. Over the years, he's managed to reinvent himself across platforms, consistently dodging bans and criticisms while continuing to spread his questionable ideology. But no matter how many accounts he's created or how much he's tried to rebrand, one thing remains consistent: his deeply problematic beliefs. Little QB was very young when he started this initial channel. He would make random vlogs and anime videos on this channel. It also looks like he's always been interested in music. This is something that we've seen in almost all of his accounts up until now. He makes absurd and weird music videos that no one is really interested in. Moreover, while looking at his past videos, we came across this video captioned "First Live Performance in Front of Ursuline High School." At first glance, it seems like QB was just a regular kid with ordinary passions and even a hint of talent. Watching his early content, you might see glimpses of someone who enjoyed being in front of the camera, having fun, experimenting, and expressing himself. But as time passed, something changed. Slowly but surely, he began to drift away from the innocent energy of his youth, transforming into something far more sinister. Looking back, it's almost impossible to reconcile the cheerful kid we see in those early videos with the demonic predator he would eventually become. Yet here we are, unraveling a story that is bound to make your blood boil. How did this happen? What caused such a dramatic and disturbing transformation? Stick with us, because we're about to uncover the unsettling truth behind QB's dark evolution. After this initial channel, QB made another account in 2008 called X44 Warhawk 44X.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thank you to all who just subscribed to Jackal Unleashed, that new channel, for those of you who don't know. It's at 17 subscribers, I think, right now. 25 is the next goal. Just really had fun doing that weird Pokemon Go thing. I just, thought of the, few lines one day, and I'm like, I want to make a stupid video about this and look really dumb for fun. So that was cool. But the next thing I kind of want to do on that channel, I want to keep that, pretty much to just shooting with, my nice camera and stuff like that, videos more well.
If you have a look at some of the older videos posted on this channel, you'll realize that he used to make almost ordinary content. For whatever reason, he was super obsessed with 21 Pilot music covers, and he would constantly sing it. Now this, for us, was his sane era. He would just repeatedly sing bad music covers, which seemed pretty harmless, except for the fact that they would probably make your ears bleed. But apart from this, there was nothing about him that could suggest that he would one day unleash a fake Bible-loving pedophilic creep onto this world. Moreover, his old YouTube content majorly comprised of vlogs with his ex-girlfriend, who, believe it or not, was not a teenager.
It makes it, us real dark. Just to walk around the barrel once.
They actually looked like a pretty normal couple recording their everyday activities and making some painfully cringe skits that were supposed to be for the entertainment of his audience, even though they really didn't serve that purpose.
I put my hand in bird poop, guys. It's so gross. It's so gross. It's so gross.
However, as you might have guessed, the fleeting period of almost normalcy didn't last very long. Little QB soon transformed into a figure straight out of a gruesome horror movie. From what we can piece together, it seems like this dark turn began during his relationship with an ex-girlfriend. Unfortunately, there's very little information available about her online. And honestly, that's for the best. We're not here to invade her privacy or dredge up details about someone who's already endured so much. This poor woman has probably been through enough, and it wouldn't be fair to shine a spotlight on her just because her ex-boyfriend spiraled into a disturbing predator. However, from what we have guessed, she looked like a sane and ordinary girl. But for some reason they broke up, and this appears to have sent Brett down a deep and dark hole, from which he had no return whatsoever. The reason for this breakup isn't very clear either, since most of his videos from that time had their comments turned off. However, now, it's very clear why she broke up with little QB. Besides, she wasn't really his type. As Brett said himself, he likes someone naive, young, and moldable. Yes, these are the words he has consistently used to describe his ideal woman. Just see for yourself.
I met somebody that was, like for instance, someone lied and they said they were 18, didn't know how much they actually were. Right, then I would continue talking to them for a few years. And let's say we lived in Alabama, and then they couldn't maintain their perpetual, maybe then I would. How's that not okay? It's illegal in Alabama. I was just trying to give you, any, real far outlier. I don't think that's gonna happen. And most of the other guys feel this way too, they're just too afraid to actually, speak about it. Just so you understand. You probably just think it's weird because, once again, a guy's not gonna let you into the inner workings. I'm really shocked right now. Of course you are. I'm 29.
Would be 16, right? If they were in Alabama.
Yeah. 1, I said what I said. 2, you gotta understand, you gotta get it through your head. 3, what am I gonna do next? I'm gonna put it right through you. 4, yeah, I'm not gonna tell you what's in store. 5, let's get alive. 6, yeah, see what we're gonna do. 6, let's get a quick fix. So what did I say here, right? I'm not trying to jeer, I'm not trying to leer, I'm not trying to make you steer in the wrong direction. I said that the lowest age that I could conceive of marrying would be 16 if I was in Alabama because it is legal there. I also said I would want a younger wife to be able to mold her because God made us out of the ground. We are clay, so mold her into a godly woman with her family. That's what I meant.
As you can clearly see in this clip, he has some distorted and disgusting views about what the age of consent should be. He also openly admits that he would go to Alabama and get married to an underage girl. And this is not even half of what he has said during his many disturbing live streams. He also said that he likes them fully developed and nearly identical to an adult woman. If this isn't the most daunting thing you have seen uttered by any 29-year-old guy, then we are not sure what is.
You have to at least be like 14/15 to be on the low side of nearly identical to or identical to an adult woman. I like them if they're fully developed or appear nearly identical to someone who's like a fully developed person. So like I said, knowing that, plus like a year or two of having to know them before wanting to get married, I would say maybe 16. I think 16 is the age of marriage in Alabama. That's the lowest age in America, maybe.
One of the most disturbing aspects of QB's live streams is the demographic of his audience. Alarmingly, many of his moderators and viewers are underage children. This is not only highly inappropriate, but also raises serious concerns about the environment he's fostering online. These young, impressionable viewers are exposed to his twisted beliefs and harmful rhetoric in real time, with no safeguards in place to protect them. To make matters worse, QB has openly claimed that most men likely share his reprehensible feelings, but are simply too afraid to admit it. This isn't just a disgusting statement, it's an insidious attempt to normalize his predatory behavior and justify his actions. By framing his vile opinions as something universal, he's creating a dangerous narrative for his young and impressionable audience, many of whom lack the critical thinking skills to challenge his views. What makes this even more harmful is how he leverages his platform to present these ideas as if they're valid and acceptable, sowing seeds of confusion and potential manipulation among his viewers. In doing so, he's not only spreading misinformation, but also actively contributing to a culture where such dangerous behavior is trivialized or even excused. There have been many incidents where he's allowed underage girls as young as 14 in his live chats and even answered their questions.
Sorry that I let you up here.
Hi.
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 13. I just thought I would join and say I love your eyeshadow.
Thank you very much. If you have any other questions, let us know from the chat. You do got to be up here. Also, that accent. Where was that? Scotland? Was that Scottish accent? That was super rare accent. Thank you so much. Yeah, you gotta be 18 to come up and join. But you're welcome to stay and ask questions in the chat. I'll try my best to answer them. Dr. No will try to get you up here.
And if you think this is bad, you are mistaken. This guy's crossed all limits and boundaries with his vile actions. He has also exposed himself numerous times during live streams. Keep in mind that his live stream is filled with underage people. We actually stumbled upon a video on Reddit that sheds some light on QB's behavior. A creator known as 11 Butterflies shared a clip from one of QB's live streams, and what we saw was incredibly revealing. During the stream, a young girl confronted him about a disturbing incident involving someone named Riley. As soon as the conversation turned to this sensitive topic, QB immediately shut down his live stream, cutting off the discussion without hesitation.
Do you know a girl named Riley?
Why are you asking me that? Explain further.
She told me that you exposed yourself on something yesterday. I don't know if it's true or not. I wasn't here yesterday. I was just out. Oh, and she said you're not meant show.
So if you didn't hear that, she said, do you know a girl named Riley? She told me that you exposed yourself to her yesterday. And then he goes, oh, and cut his live off immediately. Then he set his account to private. That's up. This type of behavior is the reason that this app gets the bad reputation that it has. Now, apparently, people have reported him numerous times.
This reaction speaks volumes. Instead of addressing the concerns raised by the viewer, he opted for a cowardly retreat, likely to avoid any accountability or further questions. It's clear that when his actions are called into question, he's more interested in silencing the truth than confronting the consequences of his behavior. However, this wouldn't be the first time he exhibited this kind of behavior. As we dig deeper into QB's story, it becomes painfully clear that this is not an isolated incident, but rather a part of a disturbing pattern he's cultivated over his twisted time on TikTok. Time and again, when confronted or called out for his actions, QB's response is predictably erratic. He consistently has meltdowns, lashing out at anyone who dares question him. In these moments, he doesn't attempt to engage in rational discourse or defend himself with facts. Instead, he resorts to calling everyone a liar, dismissing any criticism as baseless and false.
What are you gonna say, me calling her 70 times was inappropriate too? Now you got my dad getting on my case because I'm gonna wake my mom up, huh? Right? You really, oh yeah.
But it doesn't stop there. QB's rants often escalate into violent outbursts, where he tries to forcefully assert that he's done nothing wrong. These rants serve two purposes: to manipulate his audience into siding with him, and to intimidate anyone who might speak out against him. He attempts to rewrite the narrative by presenting himself as the victim, all while refusing to take responsibility for the damage he's caused. This toxic behavior has become a hallmark of his online persona, and it's evident that whenever his actions are questioned, his immediate response is to deflect, deny, and dominate the conversation with aggression. It's a cycle that keeps repeating itself, and each time it happens, it only reinforces the dangerous influence he wields over his audience. He also once exchanged numbers with an underage girl who was 17. Then when things blew up and her mom started calling him out for being a pedophile, he went on this crazy rant, acting like he's lost any little shred of sanity that he formerly possessed.
I don't know what to do. This woman is calling me a P3DO and saying horrible things about me in the background of her life because she says that I did something. Here's my entire thread with her daughter that she's trying to say that I somehow victimized. She messages me. I say, I love your look. I gotta find the comment. Just found out my grandma died literally an hour before that. You okay? My grandma died a little bit ago. What's your phone number so we can text on there? I'm not really on TikTok. I put the number out, and then the mother's like, she has to have permission to give her number out. I just told this person my grandma just died, and they said my grandma died too. Why in that moment would I have had to think about, like, oh, I wonder how old this person is? Genuinely thought they were trying to sow sympathy. Then they messaged me, you awake? Yeah, I'm just laying in bed. I sent a heart back because they sent a heart. I'm gonna text your number. I got it. Here's now the entire message thread. I have the entire message thread as well. I have to scroll through pretty far, right? You can, oh, come on.
But QB didn't stop there. He went on another live stream, desperately trying to justify his actions. In a rambling, non-stop tirade, he claimed that he did nothing wrong, that he didn't know the girl's age, and that it was the girl who messaged him first. This is the classic excuse people at QB always fall back on when confronted with their misconduct, and frankly, it's both nauseating and infuriating. The lack of accountability is staggering, and the sheer audacity to keep spinning the same tired defense is beyond frustrating.
There's another one.
Today was day 3 of the birthday bash giveaway. Make sure to join my live.
I asked for her age because someone else told me I was supposedly talking to a 17-year-old. So that was to ascertain if this is who they were talking about, because I was like, I'm not talking to anyone else at all. That's why I asked, to see if that number lined up with what the other person told me. Because I always do my due diligence. Isn't that why she reached out in the first place? Because of my grandma. What's this lady's TikTok? What's the mom's TikTok? What's the mom's TikTok? What's the mom's TikTok? I was just on there, but she wasn't letting me up because she knew I was going to prove her wrong. What's the mom's TikTok? You don't need to check an ID when they're coming up as guests on the live. But from now on, if I have a private conversation with somebody, I'm asking them for their ID. And I also have removed any moderators that I found out were lying about being under 18. I've never had someone ask for my number of her grandparents. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? You think I'm making up the message thread? People are calling me a P3DO, Sheila. Trying to ruin my character. Why am I talking this way? What? What? You're not innocent. What's the proof, Envy? 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 She's not live anymore. I know. because that's why she wouldn't let me up, because I was about to expose her. I wasn't upset when I talked to the police. I was very calmly telling them, no, I was making no threats on myself or anyone else. People are harassing me, calling me, saying that they're gonna attack me, saying to lock my doors. So I told them I'll defend myself. There's no accountability to be taken. This is a nothing burger. I got lied to. I got lied to. I yelled at my dad because you were harassing me, stalking me, and cyberbullying me to the point that I knew if I showed any sign of weakness or that I did not have full authority over the live stream, you would eat me alive. I went out afterwards and apologized, but I had to shut him down in that moment to maintain the air of authority. I apologized after. You haven't showed any proof. Show me proof. Okay, who in the chat thinks that I disproved that what Mia's mom is saying, that her daughter's a victim? She's saying my daughter needs permission for her to give out my number because she's not old enough yet. She asked me for my number. So I didn't even ask for her number. I didn't even ask for her number. She gave it out. She gave it out because they're saying, yeah. That was her mom's only argument. Her mom on her live stream literally said, wow, in my state, they have to have parental consent to give out the number.
It's absurd how, according to him, he's always the victim instead of it being the other way around. On top of this, he also has the audacity to justify his actions by saying that he only talked the talk because his grandmother had just died. As if this is the reason enough to talk to underage girls. And this isn't the only time he's done it either. Remember when we said that he has a mod team and most of the members of this mod team actually consist of underage people? The thing is that he actually didn't need someone to moderate his chats. He probably contacted all of these underage girls from his YouTube live chats just because he wanted to prey on these young individuals. And things became very clear when his messages with one of his mod members were leaked on TikTok. Not only was he inappropriately talking to these minors, but he was also sending pictures to them. But guess what? Instead of facing the consequences of what he did, he went into a full-blown rage. He appeared on live to violently threaten the victim, acting as if he was the one who was being wronged in this entire situation. Before I continue watching, here is a little disclaimer. What we're about to show you might be a little triggering for some people, so if you don't want to see this, you're free to skip ahead. But if you want an actual glimpse of what this person is capable of, and get a grasp of his irrational and downright scary behavior, then you're welcome to keep watching.
You don't want to get harassment charges? Me get harassment What? 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 Me? 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 Get harassment charges? Are you kidding me? That was a hilarious joke. That was funny. She's committing multiple felonies. Please, I'll go, please. I'd love to talk to a judge about it. Yeah, no, they doxed me. They're the ones that did the illegal. They played under the table. I'm not doing anything illegal. I even muted my mic. When I was saying her number, I muted the mic as quickly as I could. Oh! Couldn't just leave me alone. You couldn't just leave me alone. Yeah. I'm gonna show you this set I'm gonna do, and I just want you to know that all the energy that I put out of the set, I wish that it wasn't push-ups. You little Shut up! Shut up! Get away from me! You shut up! Shut up! Get away from me! Shut up! Get away from me! Don't talk. You don't come into my space. Shut up! Don't talk! Seriously, don't get into this! Don't know what you're dealing with. You see, now you got my dad getting on my case because I'm gonna wake my mom up, huh? Right? You really, oh yeah. All right,
Mother. Oh!
The way QB behaved during that live stream was nothing short of insane. There's really no other word to describe it. He came across as a maniac, completely losing control of his actions and words. His wild, erratic energy only made the situation more uncomfortable and unsettling. But in our view, this wasn't a loss of control at all. It was a calculated attempt to intimidate, to put on a show and impose his dominance. By acting out of control, he hoped to strike fear into his viewers, to make them believe he was unpredictable and dangerous. It was a deliberate tactic to manipulate the narrative, force his audience into submission, and deflect any accountability. He wasn't just acting crazy, he was trying to control the situation, all while hiding behind this chaotic persona. Another disturbing thing we want to highlight is how little QB takes pride in the chaos he's created. He revels in the attention, the drama, and the backlash, essentially feeding off every bit of destruction he's left in his wake. It's as if he thrives on being the center of controversy, no matter the cost. In fact, we were unfortunate enough to stumble upon a clip where he openly brags about the personality he's built for himself on social media, as if his toxic influence is something to be proud of. He's not just stirring the pot, he's intentionally crafting his image around negativity and scandal, showing just how little regard he has for the harm he causes.
Right now is the reason why people do not.
The reason why they do that is because they're.
Here I see right now is why people do not like the LGBT community.
Literally get the out of here and straight. Let her talk. No. Do what I want when I want it. Just like I said to the police, I screamed at his face.
Alright, just a disclaimer, this live is for educational purposes only. This live is about civil discourse. We don't tolerate homophobia, transphobia, or heterophobia, or any of the phobias or isms. So, with that, continue debating.
Yeah. What she said.
I have one more question.
Respect trans people. I will say that no, I respect trans people.
But how could you respect them if you're excluding them from your dating pool when to respect them would to see them as women, right? So then they should be in your dating pool. So you actually don't respect them if they're not in your dating pool as a straight man with no reason or experience to dictate why you have that preference. Check.
Okay, but I never said anything.
One at a time! One at a time!
Rush out.
Now, you literally guys have the worst timing.
I never said anything about excluding trans people from my dating pool, bro.
What are they talking about? Do you agree or disagree? Dude, yank everybody. Yank everybody. That's it. Off. How about that? There you go. How about that? There you go, guys. Now you get the Courtney QB show. How's that sound? Nobody except another guest. Follow me if you haven't yet. You were waiting to talk? Get in line!
It's really infuriating to see this guy talk about himself like he's an infamous dude on TikTok with countless backup accounts, because he wouldn't stop talking about downright criminal things online. And to think that you're a victim after saying so many wrong things is just unbelievable. After behaving like a demonic maniac on live streams, he comes online and says it's his trauma response.
What you said that you think that I did was actually just me using dark humor as a trauma response to receiving unsolicited photos, but they framed it as if the photos that I sent were unsolicited. But wait a second, no. I have witnesses showing that the woman in question here literally was telling me, oh, check Snap, Brett. Oh, check Snap. She knows I struggle with lust. She's also a married woman. Oh, check Snap, Brett. Then I go into chat. She's like, oh, I'm looking at my eyes only folder. So with that being said, she's teasing me and to try to engage.
At this point, it's crystal clear that QB can never be held accountable for his actions because he refuses to even acknowledge them.
Yeah, I didn't threaten that at all. I actually never said any words. But if you want to keep defending your friends after they try to antagonize me, they weren't responding to a comment. Come on, man. Don't play me like that. She's been trying to antagonize me this whole time. You're going down too. Get ready.
Rather than face the consequences, he actively avoids any sense of responsibility. When people try to call him out, his response isn't to reflect or change, it's to escalate the situation and create even more drama. Take, for example, his creation of yet another TikTok account under the name Little Pet. This wasn't just some random act, it was calculated. It was a sinister move designed to mock and provoke his critics. By choosing such a controversial and provocative name, he made it abundantly clear that he was not interested in listening or changing. Instead, he thrives on pushing boundaries and antagonizing anyone who dares to challenge him. He said in one of his posts, "It isn't illegal to court a minor as long as there is no interaction. That's why there would be a period of supervised meeting during the courtship process from the parents if one party was younger." And this isn't his only absurd post. He actually said a lot of unbelievable things that any sane person cannot wrap his or her mind around. For example, when he used a long-deceased philosopher to defend pedophilia, he said Pythagoras believed that 10 was a perfect number. And as if all this wasn't enough, he also started to ask people for a $99 subscription fee in one of his live streams.
Gothic, I'm unprivating my account in 4 minutes. Subscribe now if you need to, because there's only gonna be like a $99 option after 7:47. Chris R, why'd you say haha? Why'd you say haha? Why'd you say ha? Quick, Chris, why did you say haha? Let me know. You got this. Okay, you're on my side. I just had to check. I was getting ready to block you. All right, thanks you, Chris. Thank you. Shout out Chris. Big W Chris. Big W Chris. Okay, guys. You're not muted. I was muted. Okay.
Yes, he's... Noah's saying that, yeah. Absolutely.
I was muted.
He's on TikTok.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because we already have the counterattack planned.
The unhingedness!
All right, let's go. That wasn't directed directly at you. It was directed at any of the haters or moles who are watching. Let's go, guys. 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, I'm turning off the subscriptions.
Little QB's problematic behavior doesn't stop at being creepy and predatory. He also exhibited deeply narcissistic and racist tendencies. Throughout his videos and live streams, he would casually throw around bizarre racial slurs and make disrespectful, offensive remarks without a second thought. It wasn't just an occasional lapse. This was a pattern of behavior that revealed how little regard he had for others. His blatant racism and consistent disrespect weren't just offensive. They painted a picture of someone who thrived on being divisive and hateful. He wasn't just predatory. He was a toxic individual on every imaginable level, showing no respect for basic human decency. Whenever little QB is caught doing something wrong, whether it's talking to an underage girl or being called out for his inappropriate behavior, he completely loses it. Instead of taking responsibility, he reacts with sheer aggression, threatening people, harassing them, and even doxing those who dare challenge him. This toxic pattern of retaliation has become a trademark of his online presence. One of the most disturbing examples of this behavior was during a particularly wild live stream, where he spent hours relentlessly harassing his ex-moderator. He repeatedly called her names, insulted her.
No, I didn't. I never did that. Who? I posted my Facebook account, my life. That's not doxing someone. That's holding someone accountable. You're a liar. She literally impersonated one of my moderators, changed keywords, was unblocking people when I was blocking people. She committed a felony, aggravated person impersonation. I was holding her accountable. What are you going to say? Me calling her 70 times was inappropriate too? No. And speaking of which, I'll call her right now. Thank you for reminding me. Seriously, thank you. Impersonating one of my moderators as a moderator. She's on my moderator team. What do you mean she doesn't want to talk to me? That doesn't make sense, does it? No. If you're impersonating one of my moderators, that means you want to be on the team. Answer my call. I'm just seeing what, hopefully her phone's probably dead. Hopefully her phone turns back on.
Your call has been...
Seriously, nobody's gonna gaslight me. What? She's harassing me! I'm trying to find out why will you not stop harassing me? That's why I keep calling her. Why will you not stop harassing me? Literally, that's why I'm calling her over and over and over and over and over. I sent her a picture showing it's a felony. Why will you not Stop harassing me. I'll text her. Maybe that'll help. Boom. What are you guys talking about? Are you guys like seeing a different story that's happening? She literally impersonated one of my moderators and was changing around all the settings behind the scenes, trying to drive me crazy while I'm trying to grieve the loss of my grandmother. Guys, this is the best way to shave. Personally, I think that if you swipe up like that, that's the best way to shave. I usually use like a motorized razor. So for me, it's usually like more like this. But nice. I don't speak Spanish. I'm not sure what they said. But yeah, I was just showing you guys like some of my, like when I used to use a straight razor. You try to make all one swipe.
Moreover, he is also an extremely disgusting person who likes to expose himself during YouTube lives. A creator by the name of Priestly Sage 666 actually made a lot of videos on him, exposing some of the key moments where he exhibited chilling madness. We're about to show you one such video. We don't know what he's trying to achieve here, but let's just say it's the most disgusting thing we discovered while researching this guy.
So 9% out of 22 is still enough. WQB. I won. I won again. And I baited you guys into that once again. Now I know how many people are here actively indeterrent of me. From that Sage 666. From that Sage 666. Oh, right now? Cool. Alright, well, you haven't stopped. You will, Priestly Sage 666, you will be... Oh, how are you streaming? Oh! That's how I could beat them. I just have to stream without a shirt on, because they can't stream that on TikTok. Here you go. Oh, there's my backside. Am I going to pull it down? Am I going to pull it down? Am I going to pull it down? No. We figured out how to beat them. All I got to do is stream like this.
And guess what? This guy actually has an excuse for exposing himself on camera to so many underage people. It's just bizarre.
I actually hurt my neck. Like, she committed such a horrendous act against me and against my moderator that out of sheer frustration, that's why, like, I didn't know what to do. I actually hurt my neck in that rage. I could, cause like that's why I'm glad I got it the second half of it out in push-ups. I didn't know what to do, cause I can't say what I want to say at that point. But I just put the holy water on myself, reminded of my baptism and everything, and was able to calm myself down by the grace of the Lord. No, I can't let any more out. I'm like hurting at this point. I'm good now. I'm like, I got it all out, is what I mean. Thanks for being here, though. That was crazy. Like,
So apparently it's not actually his fault for doing something so absurd on live. It's everybody else's fault as usual. According to Little QB, people should have stopped him, or at least said something to him so that he would have taken his live down before doing it. The fact that he thinks his psychopath, creepy actions are everyone else's responsibility is honestly laughable. He's a grown man, almost 30 years old, who doesn't have enough sense in him to know that he shouldn't have exposed himself like this during live stream. And even after doing it, he thinks it was not his fault. With Little QB, for whatever reason, it's always someone else's mistake. It's either the underage age who gave him his number, or his ex-mod who is not picking up his call only to get verbally used. Moreover, as you may have guessed from the previous video, he's a pretty disgusting person. But wait, because there's more. On top of everything else, Little QB has taken things to an entirely new level of disturbing by admitting that he continued talking to someone who is under 18, someone he even referred to as his girlfriend.
Like, when I asked her out, like, blocked me. So, yeah. But I'm actually considering her my girlfriend as of now. But I can't say who because I want to respect her privacy and everything, so I'm just not going to say who.
This revelation is not only incredibly unsettling, but it also shows just how far he's willing to go in justifying his actions, regardless of the harm they may cause. In his mind, this kind of behavior seems acceptable, or at the very least something he's proud of, as if he's excused from societal norms and ethical boundaries. For someone to proudly admit such a thing is beyond alarming. It's a blatant disregard for the law, for common decency, and for the safety of those involved. But for QB, this isn't a moment of shame or reflection. It's another piece of the twisted persona he's created to feed his ego and his perverse desires. But things took an even darker turn when his actions started to come out in the open. Even though his TikTok accounts and live chats were being taken down consistently, it looked like there was no end to his behavior. On the contrary, his behavior was becoming more and more erratic, especially when people started paying close attention to him. For instance, look at this video of him.
He could potentially have, I don't know, like, who knows, because we don't know what actually happened, like, we don't know. But I would say most likely yes, but it's only up to God to judge. We can't even say if Judas is in hell. So I'd say like 99.999999999999999999999999999.
It's painfully clear from his behavior in this video and countless others that QB has completely lost touch with reality. At this point, it's hard to imagine any hope for someone like him. He seems deeply entrenched in his twisted mindset, showing no sign of understanding or even caring about the difference between right and wrong. His actions are not just troubling, they reveal a person who has spiraled so far into chaos that redemption feels nearly impossible. When things started spiraling out of control, people decided to take matters into their own hands. A lot of creators actually made it their personal mission to call this guy out and expose all of his vile actions to the world. At this point, there was no doubt that people were keeping a close look at him and his online activity.
Mark 16:15 states as follows: "Go out and spread the gospel to all creatures."
The mirror, I feel like Arthur Morgan, smoking cigarillos, I imported. White suit, white horse, brown boy imported. Wanna live like me? 1, 2, 3, you can't afford it. Got the 45 on my hip, I wear a sword.
Slim Shady, brain dead like Jim Brady. I'm an M80, do little like that Kim lady. I'm buzzing, 30 dozen, naughty rock rhymer. Cursing that you play is worse than Marty Schottenheimer. You whacking in the you bitch your style from. You ain't gonna sell 2 copies if you press a double album. Admit it. We'll be coming out in the open. I'm doing acid, crack, smack, coke, and smoking dope then. My name is Marshall Mathers. I'm an alcoholic. Hi, Marshall. I have a disease and they don't know what to call it. Better hide the wallet, cause I'm coming up quick to strip your cash. Wanna take it to your concert just to come and whip your ass. I'm coming out swinging so fast that'll make your eyes spin. You get knocked up. The proof is in the pudding. This assets don't hold me. I think your mother no worse than Ron Goldman. When you see me on your block with 2 Glocks, screaming the world like you.
You would think that all the backlash he's received would make him stop and reflect, perhaps regain some semblance of sanity, or at the very least exercise a bit more caution. But no, it did the exact opposite. Instead of taking accountability or rethinking his actions, it seems the backlash only fueled his downward spiral, pushing him further into a pit of hopelessness and irrationality. This when a creator by the name of Tyler the Titan decided to step in this chaos and ask Little QB to come on live with him.
Hello, Brett. My name is Tyler. Yesterday I made a video directed at you about some of the statements that you've been making. And after a whopping 24 hours, the video gets pulled and I get a strike. Which got me thinking, why make videos? Why go back and forth through videos? Why not host a live Saturday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time where you come in and we talk about your statements, what's wrong with your statements, and your belief systems. I mean, so far you have been pretty open and loud about your belief system and how you mean it with your whole ass chest and how you don't see any issues with it, and you've even started throwing around the word hypotheticals to try and cover yourself. It's a smart move. Manipulation tactic, I get it. But those don't work on me, so how about 2 grown men right around the same age, on different sides of the fence when it comes to this topic. Have a conversation. But just sit and talk. You've got 114,000 followers. I have 117,000 followers. It should be a pretty eventful live. The guy who goes after and the man who everybody is calling about currently. What do you say? This is a prime opportunity. I have never given anyone this opportunity. Normally I call them out, we burn their accounts to the ground, and I make a couple of phone calls and they end up with a mugshot. But it's not often I catch someone out in the live, in the wilderness, spouting off the things that you are currently spouting off. I'd love to talk about it. Respectful conversation. There won't be any yelling, there won't be any screaming. I don't work that way. Just you, me, and whoever else decides they want to hop in that evening. Having a discussion about why I believe your beliefs are gross and skewed, and why you believe that they are not. I look forward to your response. I really do. You have a wonderful...
According to a comment under this video, Tyler the Titan, who is wildly loved by many and highly feared on TikTok by child predators and convicted pedophiles because of his resolve and dedication to working with law enforcement to facilitate charges or simply get them off the app to protect children, makes his famous tagline video, "Hi, I am Tyler." Anyways, invited Brett to come on live with him and discuss his views man to man. However, since Tyler has a reputation for calling out creepy predators on TikTok, Little QB did not appear on this live and stayed silent with his tail between his legs. Although Brett did not come to the live, another creator like Thomas the Villain Bishop did come to his live and got the word out about Little QB's behavior and disturbing actions. Another creator who decided to call Brett out was Priestly Sage 666.
Shut up! Shut up!
Nah, I don't think I will.
QB did appear on a lot of live stream with him, and we are shortly going to show you guys one of the most chaotic live streams of Sage and QB. After seeing everything Little QB has done, Priestly Sage decided to organize a panel and invited him to a live chat, aiming to confront him about every ridiculous and harmful thing he's said and done. However, as expected, things didn't go as planned. True to form, Little QB was completely unwilling to take accountability. Instead of reflecting on his actions, he stubbornly refused to accept even the possibility that he might be in the wrong. It was as if the very idea of acknowledging his mistakes was too much of a burden for his fragile ego to handle. So when he felt cornered during the live chat, he did what he's best at, lashing out and creating a scene for no reason.
Down. Take this live down, I swear to God. You take this live down! Take this live down! I swear to God, you mother... You'll pay! You'll pay! You'll pay!
We're gonna pay.
I hope somebody's recording this.
I hope somebody was.
Are you getting this?
Little QB started shouting and raging mid-live stream. He also started talking about his grandmother's death yet again.
How many grandmas do you got? How many grandmas you got?
I have two. One of them died before I was born.
Died so far. You said the
Oh my God, what is wrong with you? She died on Tuesday. Her burial is literally in 2 days. I got my suit fitted today. What is wrong with you people?
She just died
What is wrong with you people?
though.
She didn't. She just died 2 days ago. Oh, oh my
You
goodness.
seem very
Mother, take this live down. Take this live down. I swear to God. You take this live down. Take this live down. I swear to God, you mother pay. You'll pay. You'll pay. Told me she was 18. I talked to her on my live for 3 months under that false idea that she was 18. I stopped talking to her. I literally thought she was going through a mental health crisis, so that's why I made other accounts to try to reach out. Then when she said she was serious, I never contacted her again. I've never been arrested. That's a fake news story. You all go to hell. I hope you all rot in hell. I hope you all rot in hell. I hope you all...
It seems like every vile thing he's ever done is somehow tied back to the fact that his grandmother passed away. This is textbook behavior we've seen in countless degenerates. They latch onto one tragic event from their past and use it as a shield, repeatedly bringing it up again to gain sympathy and deflect blame. It's their go-to excuse, as if one personal loss can somehow justify a lifetime of abhorrent actions. Besides Tyler and Priestley Sage, countless other individuals have called out Little QB for his disturbing behavior, including Thomas the Villain Bishop. Thomas made an entire video dedicated to exposing Little QB for his numerous crimes and predatory actions. In this video, Thomas didn't hold back, delving deep into the horrific things Little QB has done and the way he's manipulated and preyed on his vulnerable audience.
So here is something we're not doing in 2024. Okay? We're no longer listening to grown men try to lawyer up a way to with children. We're not doing it. I'm terribly sorry, but that's not happening anymore. And when it comes across myself or other people's attention, we're going to expose you. So, congratulations. Here's the attention you ordered with free midnight shipping and next day delivery.
To at least be like 14/15 to be on the lowest. I said what I said, standing on business. We're just talking about biology here. And biology dictates that a young woman aged around 14 to 15 to 19 is nearly identical to or identical to an adult woman. We're purely talking hypotheticals.
The fact that your grown thought this would be a good idea to make a video out of, and the fact that it's still sitting there, the fact that you have a whole account, yeah, that's disturbing, but not unusual, since this social media application is dog, and guys like you get away with like this. But I'm sorry, it's now come to my attention, and unfortunately for you, I have a big mouth and I ain't got nothing to lose. Nothing. The fact that you standing on business, as you say, talking about the biology of teenagers, yeah, we're not gonna have that, dog. Yeah, that's gonna be a no-go at this station, Ghost Rider. A no-go. So I want you to enjoy the fact that this now has my attention. I want you to enjoy the fact of everything and everyone that'll be coming by and saying hi to you, just to make sure you see them. And I need you to understand something. We ain't playing with y'all no more. No. This was cute when it was never cute. But you guys thought y'all could get it off, you know, last year, year before. Yeah, we're not having it anymore. Sorry, we're not. Anytime something like this comes across my damn radar, it's gonna get exposed. Go ahead and report it for harassment and bullying. I'm not even fighting it. I'm just sending this shit over to IG and maybe Facebook. I might even make a YouTube short out of this. Yeah. With your name prominent all over. See, disgusting ass men like you should not be allowed to, you know.
Despite all the calls for accountability, Little QB continues to act as though he is untouchable, ignoring the growing chorus of voices urging him to stop. Thomas's video brought even more attention to the ongoing issue, showing how Little QB's actions have not only harmed individuals, but also created a toxic environment for everyone around him. It's not just about pointing out his mistakes anymore. It's about holding him responsible for the damage he has caused to the young people he's manipulated and to the countless others who have had to witness his disturbing behavior. People like Thomas and others who've exposed him are crucial in shining a light on the true extent of his depravity. Little QB, on the other hand, was not having any of it. Like we said before, it is impossible to hold this guy accountable for anything because, yes, he is that delusional. To make matters worse, he actually appeared online and said some of the most disturbing things that you can think of. He accused all the people who called him out, including Priestley Sage. He also said all of these people were trying to kill him. However, at the same time, wishing that Sage will die. It's a pretty alarming video, even for Little QB standard. Just see for yourself.
Ooh, shot my... Ooh! Look at the way you react. Yes! Because you want me to kill myself. Okay? I'm done reacting how you want me to react. Right? You think I'm gonna react in a normal way? I hope that Priestley Sage 666 kills himself. I hope that Echo kills themselves. I hope that, what's her name? Whatever that, she's name, Mia's, whatever that, what's name is. I hope she kills herself. What do you mean you care how I'm gonna react? What? I'm lost. I'm completely under duress. This is a cry for help.
Despite everything Little QB has done, he's still posting, and his accounts are still up. It's both disturbing and perplexing that someone with such a blatant disregard for the well-being of others can continue to have a platform to spread his toxic behavior. In a world where social media has the power to amplify voices, it's chilling that platforms hadn't taken stronger action against him. His disturbing actions, such as manipulating young people, making vile and racist remarks, and justifying predatory behavior, should be enough for any platform to take immediate and decisive action. Yet, here he is, still operating freely.
What's up, y'all? In case you don't know, I got swatted 7 times this year. The police told me to make new accounts, but the haters kept following me on the new accounts, so I just kept having to stack them up. I have like over 20 now. Here's a list of all of them. I don't go live on here, but I go live on the other ones. They're all unique and focus on different topics, and that will evolve over time. Also, I need new mods. Let me know. DM me. Bye!
People like Little QB are dangerous because they prey on vulnerability. They have an almost terrifying ability to manipulate others, especially younger individuals who are still figuring out the complexities of the world around them. He's not just a lone wolf in his depravity, he has an audience, some of whom may even view him as a role model. This is what makes him so dangerous. His reach, though small in comparison to larger influencers, still impacts real lives. And the harm caused isn't just physical. It can be emotional, psychological, and long-lasting. It's vital to acknowledge the power of social media in shaping narratives and influencing behavior, especially when it's in the hands of individuals who have no regard for the law, morality, or the well-being of others. People like Little QB thrive in these spaces where accountability is often lax and actions can go unchecked.
I will not be spoken to like that, especially not in my own classroom. Now, you're blessed that my phone's charging right now, so I have to do this while I'm sitting, but I do